The meeting of the Broward County Commission is about to begin. Will all audience members please silence your cell phones? For those viewing from home or on mobile devices, thank you for watching. To stay informed about Broward County government, please visit broward.org or follow us on social media. County Commission meetings are open to the public. Members of the public wishing to be heard on any agenda item can register one of two ways. Visit registertospeak.broward.org and fill out the online registration form, or scan the QR code posted in various locations inside and just outside the Commission chambers to register on your mobile device. A registration form must be completed for each item you wish to speak on. If you have trouble registering digitally, visit County Administration on the 4th floor for assistance. All speakers must appear in person. No further speaker sign-ups will be accepted after an item has been called. Please show respect for others and refrain from making impertinent, slanderous remarks or personal attacks. Boisterous behavior, including applause, booing, and cheering, is not permitted. Thank you for joining us. The meeting will begin shortly.
Great. Yeah, right, there it goes. Good morning. No, good morning, Senator Geller, Vice Mayor. Good morning. Nice to see you. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Maybe to give some people to pay attention. Okay, this is the Broward County Board of County Commissioners meeting of Tuesday, August 22nd. And we are, this is our first meeting back from recess, so welcome everybody. Is the problem? No. Okay, all right. Okay. Okay. So this is our first meeting back, and we have a full agenda, and then we have a budget workshop today as well. So welcome everybody. We're happy to have you with us. I would like to invite the new director of our animal care shelter to lead us, Doug Brightwell, in the Pledge of Allegiance today. Please stand. It's okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you please remain standing? Ladies and gentlemen, it's customary that we observe a moment of silence in honor of notable persons in our community who have recently passed. Colleagues, does anyone have someone they wish to remember? I'll start over here on my right. Commissioner Rogers.
Oh, it's a new equipment.
Just when you were getting used to the other one, right?
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. I would like to acknowledge the passing of Tilak Mitra's mom, and I just heard, and he's in the audience with us this morning, so my condolences to you, sir, and your family. Also, my staffer, Dwight Inkson, his dad passed, Reverend Frank G. Inkson, registered and resided in Kensington neighborhood of Coral Springs, and father of Dwight Inkson. He was a member and sponsor of the Broward Alliance of Caribbean Educators, BRACE, Inc. He was the founder and president of the Life and Light Ministry radio program, WEXI. He was a member of several Caribbean organizations such as the Barbados Cultural Association South Florida, Inc., which he received the Community Service Awards for outstanding service to Barbadian community in Broward County in South Florida. He was a community speaker in many different religious denominations. He will be sorely missed by his family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there's, okay. And
Sure.
Madam Mayor, just to add that I'm going to mess Mommy's name up. Manujri Mitra. Thank you. Just wanted to record the name.
Thank you.
Yes, I want to acknowledge the passing of Frank Sacco, who was incredibly instrumental in establishing the Memorial healthcare system. Turned it into the third largest public healthcare system in the country. Started out in housekeeping. He was the assistant director in housekeeping and worked his way up to become president. It's for all of us who live in the southern part of this county, it's incredible to have, it's wonderful to have the kind of confidence we have in that kind of a system. And it is not solely due to Frank, but largely due to Frank. He did a fantastic job, brought on incredible staff, and built a wonderful system. And so I'd like to give condolences to his family.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it was an interesting summer, but we not celebrate, but remember on August the 28th, it'll be 1 year that the unfortunate helicopter accident happened in Pompano Beach, where we lost Captain Terrence Jackson along with Ms. Wheaton. So we want to continue to keep those families in prayers. Pray that will never happen again. Also want to recognize Matt Morrill, who was a local attorney, the Morrill family's been around here for a couple of generations, and Matt was too young, but we unfortunately lost Matt this summer. Jimmy James Jones out of Pompano was a lifelong educator and Blanchard High School principal. They named an auditorium after him when we lost Jimmy, and also was a founding member of the Ed and New chapter, the Mega Sci-Fi in Pompano. Then Lewis Mohorn Sr., Pastor Mohorn's brother, tragically passed away and was a dedicated football coach for the Pompano Cowboys and just a really part of our community. And last but not least, the former city of Fort Lauderdale Mayor, Rob Dressler, who was the first mayor at large elected in the city of Fort Lauderdale. We lost him as well, so just ask that we keep all those folks and their families in prayers. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Barber? Anyone else? I just would like to recognize we lost a gentleman who worked for the aviation department for 30 years. He's business development manager, Steve Bellamy. And just want to mention he had a courageous 2-year battle, lost his fight and succumbed to his illness. He had a stellar career with Broward County Aviation Department, serving in varied public information, airport operations, and business roles. Many have either worked directly with him or at a minimum knew Steve from various airport events and meetings. He excelled in his role as aviation's business manager, and his dedication to BCAD and the county's 2 airports was unsurpassed. So please keep his family in your thoughts during this difficult time. I also just want to mention we have also Neil McGarry's mother passed away. Neil is the new chair of the Broward Behavioral Health Coalition, and our thoughts are with him as well. And also Climate Change Task Force, Lee Gottlieb's son, Alex, also passed away. So a lot of unhappy events. And I also want to just add my few words on Frank Sacco. I got to know him pretty well when I first ran for the legislature in the year 2000, and he just is an amazing leader for this community, and I have to credit him and his staff, people that he hired, who took Memorial to where it is today, but also interesting as a model for people around the state, because I remember being in the legislature and always using them as the example. So we could be very proud, and our thoughts, again, are with his family. Okay. And let us also remember all the brave men and women who have served and continue to serve in our armed forces here and abroad, and thank them for their service. And we just have a moment of silence. Thank you. Please take your seats. Okay. Well, again, welcome to the first commission meeting since June. We hope that all of our residents enjoyed a happy, healthy, and safe summer. Broward County has had the best summer with our Florida Panthers becoming the National Hockey League Stanley Cup champions. I defer right away to my county administrator. She is the ultimate Panther fan. For the first time in 30 years of being in Broward County. Congratulations to the team, to Team USA for representing us at the Paris Olympics. We are so proud of them. Also, we are excited to welcome our children back for this new school year. Finally, we thank everyone who celebrated in Election Day yesterday and wish a warm welcome to the newly elected Broward County constitutional officers, school board members, and judges. And I just want to clarify, it was clarified in the paper again today, but I think it's important for people to know that the issues that you're learning about in the paper had nothing to do with the tabulation of the votes. The votes were safe and secure, and what happened had to do with the websites where the tabulations are sent. And there were evidently not enough servers, and they just couldn't handle it. So we will be following up on that and working on that. 66, and my understanding is that 66 counties from the Supervisor of Elections are part of this one system, and only one had their own website, and it was Miami-Dade, and they were up fine. So that is a lesson to us, and we'll be looking into that. But I just wanted to assure everybody that it had nothing to do. It's like transferring, your tabulation, the tabulations that were done onto like a scoreboard. In this case, a website. That's the example that the Supervisor of Elections used. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that. Okay. The music today, thank you, Vice Mayor Furr. Higher Ground by Stevie Wonder, that was very appropriate. And Summer in the City by the Loving Spoonful. So thank you. Okay, moving on, we have 3 proclamations today and 1 presentation. The first is World Cup Cricket, and none other than our own Hazel Raj, Commissioner Rogers, will be presenting this one to Chris Daring, Kurt Greaves, Tilak Mitra, and Ramola Matwani. Please make your way up to the podium.
My goodness, can you join me, please? Good morning, colleagues, and those that are watching us on television and those that are in the audience. Good morning. I am back and ready to work, ready to serve, but I cannot close out cricket without recognizing the fact that we invested a lot. We got rained on, but still, we did what we said we were going to do, and we made sure Broward County was very much all over the world, although not all the time that we had invested. The intellectual knowledge that was provided by folks in making sure Broward County had all of the information, because this is new to us. Cricket, World Cup cricket in America, unbelievable, but we're glad that Broward County shone. We shine. We did everything that we needed to do, so I say thank you, colleagues, for funding it. Cultural and sports tourism, as we have numerous conversations, Madam Administrator, thank you for your leadership. Thanks to Dan for everything that he did, okay, all over Broward County, everything that was done right. And I just wanted to acknowledge that. But for me personally, having resources such as this, and it was free of cost, so I call it their intellectual knowledge benefited me in trying to lead and make sure Broward County and the taxpayers of Broward County benefited from what we were doing, and everyone did their part. So in recognition of the hard work and the commitment, the ICC Men's T20 World Cup cricket game came to Broward County in June 2024, making a historic moment for the sports in the United States. Whereas Broward County Stadium in central Broward County was selected as one of the 3 United States sites to host this prestigious event, showcasing the county's commitment to international sports and cultural and sports tourism. Whereas the success of this event would not have been possible without the tireless efforts of individuals who've worked behind the scenes to bring this vision to life. And whereas Glenn Joseph, chair of the Greater Caribbean American Chamber of Commerce, provided invaluable expertise and advice on marketing, fan experience, and community engagement, helping to make this event a resounding success. Glenn is not here, but could not leave him out of this recognition. And to my right, Mr. Chris Deering, former CEO of ICC's Caribbean CWC 2007 experience, was the guiding force on special events, hospitality, marketing, fan experience, drawing from his extensive experience in organizing the 2007 World Cup, and played a crucial role in the event planning and execution. And I know Dan will agree with me because he helped me to put this together. Whereas Tilak Mitra, when you talk about kids in sports, and he is to my left, so we can see you as I call your name, the person, the man that we're counting on to engage our young people. If we want to sustain cricket, we recognize that it will take someone that is committed already to make it happen. Ramola Matwani, chair of Merrimack Ventures, contributed significantly to the event, marketing, fan experience, and watch parties, promoting the tournament throughout Fort Lauderdale, and helped to create a vibrant and festive atmosphere. Whereas Kirk Greaves, cricket is to my right. Kirk Greaves, Cricket Operations Officer for ICC Men's T20 World Cup, ensured seamless cricket operations, meeting the highest standard of the International Cricket Council, and played a vital role in the event's logistical success. Now, therefore, before I proclaim, and I didn't proclaim it, my colleagues proclaim, we can't do anything by ourselves here. Just like we could not have pulled off this awesome cricket tournament without the full support of my colleagues on the commission, to include my staff. Be it proclaimed by the Broward County Board of County Commission that the board hereby designate August 22nd, 2024 as World Cup Cricket Appreciation Day in Broward County. And in recognizing, solidifying, special thank you, I present this proclamation to each and every one of you. Mr. Chris Deering. Mr. Kirk Greaves. The young man that has the world of our kids on his shoulders. Thank you very much. And the only lady, last but not least, an awesome friend, Ramola Matwani.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for indulging.
Madam Commissioner, before we finish, Madam Mayor, if I
Yes.
may, thank you.
You got 1 second to say something, okay? Whoever would like to.
Well, on behalf of all the recipients, I'd like to thank the Commission for allowing us opportunity to participate and to assist in the hosting of the Cricket World Cup. It was a historic event for the United States, and hopefully there'll be many, many more with much more success. I thank all of you for your support.
Once again, same sentiments as Chris. I'm a Broward County resident. I've traveled all over the world, but it was an extreme pleasure to actually come home and be able to deliver this tournament in my backyard. And I look forward to the opportunity to doing it once again in the near future. So I appreciate you guys, and thank you so much for this honor.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers, for your leadership, and keep moving forward. I would also like to thank our mayor. So nice to see you after a while, Mayor, and all the commissioners, for your vision. For you were behind this. And I just want to tell you, I can't thank you all enough for making this wise decision. This put us on the map. We had the stadium, but I don't know how many times I was asked, I kept bragging about it. We have our stadium for so many years, and it was not known. We also realized and found out people like our kids, how many kids are playing here, how many colleges are playing here, and how it's growing in our nation. Right now, we have New York, Connecticut, West Coast, Texas. They are building stadiums. We are way ahead of the curve. And this, not only we really funded this, but also we learned a lot for the future. And this was a great experience for the World Cup and Visit Lauderdale. I think this was a teamwork. It was not just me, you, it was all of us coming together on this field. I'm very grateful and also thankful to Dan West at the park. There were challenges for all of us, but it didn't stop any of us. We kept moving forward, made it a huge success, and we thank you very much. Thank you.
I'll keep it short. To be acknowledged for performing social responsibilities is a very humbling experience by the county. Thank you so much. A little bit about youth cricket. Other counties, other cities like Texas and New York and California, they have gone far ahead of us in South Florida, which was the epicenter. The only effort that we are trying to put together is to bring back our cricket back into the national map, and our youth is what we are working on from the grassroots level. Just wanted to share that last year, our youth in the under 16 Division B won the national championship, and in the under 14 they were the national runners-up, to the point all the South Florida youth tournaments we are in Division A in the national circuit. Thanks to Mr. West and Ms. Rogers, we were also able to bring the national tournament in Broward County. There were 14 teams that did the national tournament here. And also now we have been requested to run the national championship in the Central Broward Regional Park in November. So there's a lot of things, a lot of focus coming in at the grassroots level, and we can only thank the county for helping us out. Thank you.
Monica, before you do what you're going to do, I just want all of us to recognize Dan West, because there were so many challenges, unbelievable. Everything was thrown at you, possibly, but the kitchen sink, and maybe even the kitchen sink. So I just want to thank you for your incredible efforts to make this come to fruition. Thank you so much.
So, and thank you, Madam Mayor, and for this small indulgence. So we wanted to share this special token and gift that was bestowed upon the county by ICC T20. And when it was presented or given to us, we said, well, there's no one that needs this and deserves this more than Commissioner Rogers. So I wanted to have our own county Olympic moment of sorts. And they gave this medal on behalf of ICC T20 Cricket, and we wanted you to be the one that gets to wear this. I don't know. Our Olympic moment for being the cricket champion for us. So thank you, and certainly, Dan, I'm going to thank Commissioner Rogers also and our esteemed guests here and the mayor for recognizing your Herculean efforts and your team. So thank you again. So, and Dan has something for you as well.
And thank you, Monica. Behind the scene. Thank you.
And thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, and as well as Commissioner Rogers, and especially Monica and the team for making this happen. But we wanted to present something on behalf of the county and Broward County Parks to our District 9 Commissioner, Hazel P. Rogers. It's the official bat.
Just don't use it, please.
Well, we can actually say that she hit a home run, but it's really a 6. She hit a 6 out of the park. So thank you so much.
My staff is not authorized to keep secrets from me.
Yeah, well.
you.
Wasn't there a
picture,
movie?
please.
Wasn't there a movie where that paddle was inscribed, "Thank you, sir, may I have another"?
Come on, quick photo.
Okay, you want to come up here and take a picture, Hazel? Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you. That was exciting and a surprise. Okay. So the next proclamation is honoring the 50th anniversary of Women in Distress of Broward County, and it will be presented by me to Women in Distress President and CEO Linda Parker, if she would come forward. I'm just going to go ahead and wait because she confirmed she was going to be here, so we'll move on to the next one. So the next proclamation will be Suicide Awareness Prevention Month, and it will be presented by Senator Geller to Allie Myers, President of the League of Women Voters. So if she could please make her way to the podium, and anybody else she has with her.
Good morning, colleagues. Nice to see everybody again.
Oh, Linda, you're ready.
And as you've heard, this proclamation is for Suicide Awareness and Prevention Month. Let me read it. Whereas Broward County is firmly committed to raising awareness about suicide prevention, especially during the month of September, which is nationally recognized as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. And whereas more than 50,000 Americans died by suicide in 2023, in Florida, a person dies by suicide every 2 hours on average. Suicides in Florida far outnumber homicides. And whereas suicide is a national epidemic, costing the lives of 6,000 veterans each year, and is a leading cause of death for first responders. Firearms are the leading method of suicide in Florida and the most lethal method. Access to a gun triples the risk of death. And whereas the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Children's Hospital Association, and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry have declared a national emergency in child mental health, which unfortunately we've seen many times. And whereas suicide is the second leading cause of death for children, adolescents, and young adults aged 10 to 24 years. And whereas it is critical to recognize the signs of depression that may lead to thoughts of suicide, including speaking about wanting to die, feelings of isolation or hopelessness, increased use of drugs or alcohol, and severe mood swings. And whereas it is critical to recognize the best methods of suicide prevention when a person is in crisis. Ask if the person is thinking of taking their life. Keep them safe and get them professional help. And whereas the League of Women Voters of Broward County has provided significant leadership in suicide prevention through community education and creation of their Lock It Up gun safety program. And whereas the Florida chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics has provided significant leadership in suicide prevention through community education and programming. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Broward County Board of County Commissioners that the board hereby designates September as Suicide Prevention Month and enthusiastically supports the mission of Lock It Up and the League of Women Voters of Broward County's Gun Safety Committee, as well as the Florida chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, by encouraging safe storage of firearms and removal of other lethal means to prevent suicide. And let me just add that as someone who owns firearms, I can tell you the majority, overwhelming majority of gun owners actually support things like this. And groups like the NRA, which purport to speak for gun owners, really don't. So at this point in time, I'd like to congratulate you, Madam President, and would either of those of you care to make a few remarks?
Good morning. On behalf of the League of Women Voters of Broward County and the Florida chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, I'd like to thank the Commission for recognizing Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. And I think, you summarized it beautifully, but here's the one thing, if you didn't hear anything about this whole statement, over 50,000 Americans die by suicide each year, and half of them are by firearm. And locking up guns saves lives. So thank you very much. The new phone number, by the way, to call for mental health crisis is 988. And anyone who wants a free gun lock mailed to their home, they can email gloria.lewis, L-E-W-I-S, @va.com. And I also brought some gun locks that I'll be dropping off at the front desk right after the meeting. So thank you for hearing us out today.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Linda, do you want to say anything?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Commission. I will just add to those elegant remarks that we often think that, the bad guys are going to get the guns anyway. And this gun lock can save a life. What we need to realize is that oftentimes gun owners leave guns in their cars unlocked, and those cars are stolen, and those guns become part of a suicide or another violent crime that we can really all work together to prevent. So these gun locks do save lives. Please make them available to everyone you know. Thank you so much.
If you come up to the front.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. Okay, now, lastly, before we get to our agenda, we have, I think, something extremely important and exciting, and that is our new Director of Animal Care has joined us, Doug Brightwell. We went out to visit, my aides and I, and he brought Winnie with him, too. And we went out to visit, my staff and I, and to see what was going on and to meet Doug, and we're very impressed with what's going on, and we wanted everybody to hear it. So welcome. We're happy to have you here.
And Madam Mayor, thank you so much, if I might, if it's okay to just formally introduce him just for a quick moment. Doug has been such a welcomed addition, and I'm really grateful to you, Madam Mayor, for suggesting that we have this opportunity for Doug to share the great things that he's doing over there, and also he's going to be introducing virtually the new assistant director as well. So thank you very much. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you, Commissioners. Doug Brightwell, Director for Animal Care Division. And this is Winnie, who is one of our adoption available dogs. She has been with us since August, and she's about 7 years old, so she's available to go home with anybody in the chamber who wishes to take her now. She's very sweet. I have been with y'all since May the 13th of 2024, so I'm relatively new on the county stage here. I'm a certified animal welfare administrator through our professional association. I've got 25 years of veterinary and sheltering experience personally, with 9 years as Pinellas County Animal Services Director. Previous to this position, I was 2 years director in a shelter in Tennessee as well. And Alyssa Daza, unfortunately, is not able to be here with us today. She has joined us as of April 29th as our assistant director. Thank you. She has a certification in shelter medicine from the graduate program there. She's got 12 years of experience in sheltering. Her most recent position was with Peggy Adams Animal Rescue League up in Palm Beach County as their admissions and TNVR manager. And she's got 4 years experience as the feline programs manager at the Animal Foundation in Las Vegas. So Alyssa brings a great deal of cat-specific expertise to us, which, as you know, cat issues are always ongoing, and any improvement we can bring to those programs is always welcome. We also have a very caring and competent staff in our leadership team and our full shelter staff as well, and they have been very tremendous and supportive during this transition. Just a bit about what we're doing and some of the highlights of what we've done since April and May. Our communications and outreach team works diligently to get our positive social media events out. We do a lot of media events with radio and TV on numerous different audiences. We've got staff who do interviews on the Creole stations. We've got staff who do interviews on the Spanish stations, as well as the English language channel stations. And those are starting to make a difference in the public coming in and viewing us in a positive manner. A couple of examples that have shown that is we do a Bissell adoption event several times a year, sponsored by the Bissell Foundation. The previous event, we adopted out 90 animals during that event. This most recent 3-week event, we adopted out 237 animals. Wow. So that is a tremendous increase between the two events, both held in 2024. Our PIO team, our communications team, who are here with me, worked very, very hard to get that event to be successful, and we're already planning the next Bissell adoption event. We've also targeted, when I got here, we had 1/3 of our population of dogs had been with us greater than 100 days, some of them over 200 days. We still have 2 dogs that have been with us almost a year because we don't make euthanasia decisions for time or space. But as of yesterday, our dog population of over 100-day dogs has dropped to just 1/5. So we've dropped from 56 dogs over 100 days to 30 dogs over 100 days just in the last 2.5 months. And that, again, is a great deal of effort by our team in working and networking with these dogs to get them into permanent homes. We also are improving our relationships and services to the community, and we're working to rebuild partnerships with our municipal jurisdictions, our area shelters, and our rescue groups. We have reached out to a lot of our current and former animal advocates in the community, all of the rescue groups and nonprofit agencies in the Tri-County area to try to rehabilitate the relationships that have not been functional and to reinforce the relationships that are still functional. We've met with officials in the city of Hollywood, and I've got a meeting next week with the city official in Pompano Beach, trying to get those relationships to be strengthened and more positive in manner. We also have worked closely with the police chiefs for Lauderhill, Hollandale Beach, and Wilton Manors to improve some of the service relationships with those cities as well. Alyssa and I have also made field trips to meet with the Humane Society of Broward County leadership, the leadership of the Palm Beach Animal Care Services Facility, and Peggy Adams up in Palm Beach, as well as with Miami-Dade Animal Care and the Greater Miami Humane Society down in Miami, because we want to look at all of those resources so that we're all working in the same direction. We've also met locally with the leaders of the Pet Project and Pets Broward, who are local nonprofits who are wanting to be more supportive of our efforts. Some of our focus points moving forward are we're trying to increase and improve our service levels, and that includes both our internal and external customer service. We were working on improving our field services to respond to calls more efficiently and in a better way out in the field, and we are working on improving our shelter operations. We've got numerous fronts that we're tackling all at the same time to start getting those programs moving in the right direction. We're also targeting our pet licensing program. We've got an RFP underway now to get a vendor on board to help us with that program. And we've got recommendations we're bringing forth with that vendor and the county to improve our licensing program to get greater compliance, and that will also increase our return to owner rate for lost pets. Thank you. We're also working with our software management vendor because our software system is having some struggles and some challenges. And ETS and our vendor are working with us to get our software updated and to try to improve our database quality so we can be more effective with the programs that we are running, including pet licensing. And our facilities has our challenges where our building is smaller than it needs to be. And we also are in a location that is not convenient for the public to find us as an adoption source. So we are looking at ways that we can look at some potential additional pop-up adoption sites throughout the county to bring our dogs and our cats who are available to go home to higher traffic areas where we can hopefully get them out of our building and into homes at a faster rate than what we're able to do, with hoping that the public just comes to us at our current location. So we're trying to move outward as well as bring the folks into the building. And we think that will help us with our adoption rates. Just wanted to let you know that Broward County Animal Care is on the path to excellence. We've got a plan and we're moving forward, and staff and administration and your support are making that possible.
Okay, great. Some questions. So I'll open it up for questions. I just have one. When we met, we were discussing the fact that we no longer had a trainer. Are we any closer to getting a trainer in?
We have not addressed that yet. That's going to be part of our next phase of shelter programs that we're working on with some of the outside agencies. Okay. We do have a behavior manager position that is a certified trainer that we are in the interview phase for. So that we'll have our in-house behavior manager who is a certified trainer hopefully on board in the next month or so.
All right, and I would just ask administration to, kind of speed track these kinds of things through human resources and whatever to get these positions filled, because they are really important to what Doug is trying to do.
Yes,
so,
ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Doug, first of all, I just want to thank you. I haven't had a letter in months. I know, I probably shouldn't have said that. Knock on wood.
I'll do my best.
I know. Sorry. But that says something. It says something that I think you're establishing confidence throughout the community. They see that you're on the right path. You've made those connections, again, with those rescue groups, which is vital, because we can't do it alone.
That's correct.
And I think you know that.
Yes, sir.
I like the idea of trying to decentralize it where you can, because it is a hard place to find.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, most people don't know where it is. And I think I would also suggest still working with the students.
Yes, sir.
And working with them. They get community service hours.
Yes, sir. We
for
do
being foster.
We do community service hours. We give Bright Future hours, and we've got the ARC Broward intern folks coming in every week as well.
Yeah, but all great ideas. And I just couldn't be happier with what you're doing over there, and really a big thanks. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Furr.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Brightwell, thank you so much. Again, I don't want to jinx it, but, it's been, God bless you, my friend.
Thank you, sir.
No, first of all, thank you so much for all you're doing in assembling your team. I think it's very, very important. And I just wanted to recognize, of course, Amanda Butler, the outreach coordinator, and Randy Grice, administrative coordinator. They have been honored as part of the Legacy South Florida's 2024 class of 40 under 40 leaders of today and tomorrow, and that's part of your team. So we want to make sure that we congratulate them and wish them to continue success. And obviously volunteers has always been an issue, so I'm hoping and praying that you're getting there and letting the volunteers work with you as well. So
We are about to bring our new volunteer coordinator on board and get that kicked off and get that program back up to where it needs to be.
I look forward to it. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Bogan.
Thank you for your comments. And, you're the first person in 9 or 10 years, been here 10 years, right, Beam, that said about aiming for excellence. We never heard that before. But, and all kidding aside, the jokes that are made about not hearing, I mean, in all seriousness, normally we'd hear, 100 comments on, oh, this person's the worst, and not one comment. And let me tell you, I don't give much validity anymore, even if I get those comments. But anyway, thank you for what you're doing, and we look forward to if we can be of help. Please let us know.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Commissioner.
Keep up good work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Geller. Senator Geller.
You're a braver man than I. Congratulations on taking this over. I have received in my 8 years on the commission more comments about the animal shelter than any other single topic. None recently, although I'm sure they will all start tomorrow after the remarks that have been made. But, God bless you. I hope that you're able to keep this up, because in many respects, this has been the bane of the county commission, where we continue to do everything we can, and it doesn't seem to have worked, but hopefully, how long exactly have you been over there now?
May 13th.
Since May 13th. Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. So please, keep it up. If there's something that you need from the county in terms of resources, in terms of, promotion, in terms of support, we're all there. This is an issue that's important to all of us, but we also, as I think you've heard, are all kind of tired of the letters. So, thank you for keeping them off our back recently.
I'm going to do the best I can and minimize as much traffic as I can for you folks.
I have to say, in deference to all of us, my question is, how many letters is Michael Ruiz receiving? Since he has been the recipient and has been really fabulous in the way
He's giving a goose egg, 0.
in the way he responds to people, it has been outstanding, and I think contributing to the lowering of the level. But
the administrative support, the administration support here is amazing, and this is the third county government I've worked for, and the administrations and the county commission support for this agency is phenomenal.
Oh, thank you, and you're really establishing a lot of confidence in here. So just keep up the good work.
Thank you.
You'll have our support, I'm sure. Anybody else? Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say that I think that you'll find that this commission and this administration will be very supportive, because we all want to have something that rises to the level of excellence. Whether people are emailing or not, we need to do the best that we can to make this happen. And I'd like to make a motion to begin the adoption proceedings for Kim Moreau and that dog right there. So, let's do it. I like the way it looks on you, Kimberly.
I would second that motion.
Very good. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we're going to start reading the Thursday morning memo. Would the reading clerk please, Madam Reading Clerk? Madam Reading Clerk? Hello? Would you read the Thursday morning memo, please?
Sure. Thursday agenda memorandum, the following are submitted for your consideration. Consent items are 1 through 76, public hearing items are 77 through 79, regular items are 80 through 85. I request the following withdrawals and scrivener's error corrections and inclusion of additional information. Withdrawals, deferrals, substitutions, number 53 withdrawn, scrivener's errors, number 45. Currently reads motion to adopt, should read motion to approve. Additional information, number 1, the board's consideration of this item includes motion to appoint individuals specified in the additional material distributed for this item. Item number 6, the board's consideration of this item is based on the item as amended by the additional material, including the amended motion statement submitted by Aviation Department. Item 20, the board's consideration of the proposed resolution is based on the revised resolution and exhibit distributed as additional material submitted by Transportation Department. Item 77, the board's consideration of the proposed ordinance is based on the ordinance as amended by the additional material submitted by Resilient Environment Department. Item 80, the board's consideration of this item is based on the item as amended by the replacement Exhibit 2 submitted as additional material by Mayor Nan H. Rich. Mayor requests without objection items 80 and 83 be moved to consent. Time certain, none. Additional material regular meeting, items 1H through 1L, board appointments. Item 6, memo to the board submitted by Aviation Department. Item 20, proposed resolution revision and exhibit submitted by Transportation Department. Item 77, proposed ordinance amendment submitted by Resilient Environment Department. Item 80, replacement Exhibit 2 submitted by Mayor Nan H. Rich. Additional material public hearing, none.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any polls from the agenda? Polls, anyone? Okay. I have 2. Okay, go ahead.
Both 68 and 80.
68 and 80. Okay. And I have 2 for an abstention, for abstentions, item 18 and 23. I think that's it. Is that correct? Hold on a second. Okay. Okay, County Administrator, any polls?
No public polls.
No public polls. Okay. Auditor? Okay. Is there anyone from the public who is pulling any agenda? No, I don't. Okay, good.
Thank you, Mayor. So the consent agenda today consists of items 1 through 76, minus the following items. You pulled 18 and 23 for an abstention. Item 53 has been withdrawn, so that's not part of consent. And item 68 has been pulled for comment. And then added to the consent agenda is item 83.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I'd like to move approval of the consent agenda as read by the county attorney.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Udine. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Very good. We will, let's see. I'm sorry. Okay. So, yeah, I have to go take 18 and 23. I will take now the abstentions. These 2 deal with boards on which I serve. The area-wide Council on Aging and Kids in Distress will be impacted financially if item 18 and 23 respectively pass. I do not receive any compensation for serving on these boards, and I therefore have no actual statutory voting conflict. However, to avoid the appearance of a conflict, I'm abstaining on items 18 and 23 and ask that this be reflected in the minutes. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'll move items number 18 and 23.
Thank you. Second? Second by Commissioner Fisher. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Motion passes, and it passes unanimously with the 1 abstention by me. Okay, now we have item 68, I believe, was pulled for comment.
Okay. Thank you. This has to do with the BSO audit, and I
Did you
really
get a
just
motion
want
on
to give
23? Just want to, or
the
did you just
opportunity
move
for our
both of
auditor
them?
to speak to this. If you wouldn't mind, Bob? Sure. Just kind of want to hear your thoughts on that. I would think most of us have read it, but
yeah.
I'd like to hear your thoughts on it.
Yes, I'll give some comments on it.
Just as a reminder, this is the first of 2 audits that we're conducting on the training center. There's another audit that will be forthcoming shortly that is a pure construction cost audit that we contracted to an outside expert on construction cost auditing, and that will be coming shortly. That's purely auditing the construction cost dollars. Just to recap, the total cost of the training center is $73.7 million, and that had risen from the original estimated project cost of $34 million. When the contracts were led and negotiated, it rose to $49.7 million, and then after that, there were $20 million approximately added through change orders and another $2 million that was miscellaneous added by BSO. I don't want to go through all the detail in the report, but I want to highlight an overview of this, and that we noted several issues in the report about work being done without authorization from the county or different things. And what we found really, the base issue that allowed all this to occur is the delegation of authority that the county entered into with the sheriff, which basically delegated everything to the sheriff's office to do. So items did require county approval in many cases. Some cases it wasn't obtained for different reasons. It wasn't all the sheriff's office fault. Sometimes there's confusion with the county department involved in that. But the basic problem with it is, with this type of agreement, there's a misalignment of interests. The sheriff, as any of us I think would do if we were the sheriff, has a responsibility to his office and to the people as sheriff. And so he wants the best of what he can do to make his office run as efficiently and effectively as possible. The problem with that is you folks have a responsibility to all of the citizens, all the taxpayers, for a whole bunch of different needs, and so you all have to balance that with the needs for the sheriff's office. So since the building is a county building, the county owns it, not the sheriff, the county needs to remain in control. Certainly the county should work with the sheriff or whoever it should be, should get input and work very closely with them, but the county needs to be the one ultimately calling the shots. And so that's a main takeaway from here. And so I would certainly recommend any type of project you may have in the future that you kind of strike the delegation of authority from the list of options there. And this situation was a little bit exacerbated by the fact that the sheriff has, so much other funding that could be used to supplement whatever direct funding that we give as a county. And I say that because there was some conception, I'll call it a misconception by some folks that said, well, we don't care as long as the sheriff's paying for it and not the county. But guess what? The county's paying for it. The sheriff reallocated about $8.6 million from other funds to put toward the training center. Of that amount, $4.8 million was from salaries. And so that means that the monies that you all appropriated for salaries wound up going to the training center. And much of that salary money was due to natural attrition, vacancies. But the sheriff's office actually told us that some of it was intentionally delaying filling of some positions. And this came from detention, regional fire rescue, investigations, and law enforcement. So, in reality, this is county money, even though the sheriff's using it for the training center. And the sheriff has the legal right to do that. As you all know, it's not anything illegal. Once you have an intended purpose to appropriate money to the sheriff, but once it's in his hands, he can reallocate it as he sees fit. That's state law that allows him to do that. But that just emphasizes the importance of staying in control on these types of projects. And so with that, I'll just open it up for questions.
Okay. First, I just want to thank you for doing the audit. I think it's important for us to have that kind of analysis, and for in the future. I mean, oftentimes we've had pressure put on us by the sheriff to, maybe run have full control over like dispatch or the 911.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good reason why this balance. It's better when we work together.
Right.
It really is. There's a balance to be taken. You understand each other's needs, but you kind of work as a team. That's a much better approach for government, and I feel that with everything. The part about the salary, because we are all getting emails talking about the salaries, not being up to Palm Beaches or this or that, and to hear that it went there instead, that bothers me, because that's it's like because we're being kind of not almost blamed, but whatever. Why aren't you raising those salaries? Well, we are. We did what we thought we did, and now some things aren't going through as we thought they were. Right. So I think this kind of sends up, a blueprint for how to go forward. Mm-hmm. I think it's important. I think we'll all have to look at these, at this, our own role in it. Because, I personally wish I had been paying more attention. I'll be happy to say that. Because I don't like to see these things get a little out of control, and I felt like it did get a little out of control. Sure. And I know that our admin was trying to get some things done, and maybe, some things didn't, they thought it wasn't going to be done, and then it gets done. Right. All those things said, in the future, let's be working together. And I don't want to be delegating this authority again on any county projects. I don't think it's a good idea. I think we're recognizing with your audit the importance of teamwork, and I guess we go forward with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Commissioner Bogan.
Mr. Melton, what you, I think, didn't tell the commission is that when we cut this deal, the law limited the sheriff on his ability to move the funds. And then subsequently, the law changed. Counsel, is that correct?
His ability became much broader, his discretion became much broader in 2022.
So when just to make sure we got it clear for anybody listening, is that when this commission cut the deal, the sheriff's ability to move funds was very limited by law. Obviously, if it wasn't, I don't know if we would ever cut that kind of a deal at the time. But I think it's important to bring out how the law did change. The state legislature changed law and gave the sheriff much more broad authority.
Okay. Very good.
Commissioner Udine.
Just to add on to what Commissioner Bogan said as well, we set priorities within every different department or agency that we run, and it's different when we block that money over to the BSO because we then lose all control of any of the priorities. I don't know what's the right answer and what's not the right answer within their budget, but this was a priority decision made by BSO, not by us. We, like Commissioner First said, we budgeted dollars for open positions and whatnot, and those dollars went elsewhere for whatever reason it was. I mean, when a building's halfway done or whatever it is, it has to be finished to a certain extent. But I just think that it shows us when we do the budgeting, and we've talked about this with the sheriff's budget. I mean, when these numbers come in at such a huge increase, we're not going to be able to do it. And we have to, the same way we have to prioritize, other constitutional officers have to prioritize as well. And without judging how those priorities went, we see on this one, this is probably not the outcome that the public would have wanted.
Senator Geller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Melton, a couple of points here. First, I have quoted already the parts from your audit, which I had highlighted, referring to the reallocation of the positions, money from the positions. Because, again, I've also been receiving letters from, I just got one, I believe, yesterday from the PBA talking about, and every commissioner got the same letter, talking about needing more money, and a lot of this was simply not accurate because of, and I will be responding with pointing out what you said. I am a little confused. I don't know whether this is a you question or a county attorney question, but I know that the sheriff under Florida statute, and it was a very, very vigorously fought issue in Tallahassee. I'm on the executive committee of Florida Association of Counties. We bitterly opposed the new law that Commissioner Bogan was referring to that gave the sheriff the ability to basically treat whatever we give him as a recommendation only in funding. Can you answer, or is this a county attorney question, to what extent that applies when we are dealing with capital issues like, a construction agreement here where we had a memorandum of understanding setting forth what, how money could be spent? I'm just not sure. And if it's a legal question, I'm sure Drew's going to want to do some research and not answer off the top of his head. But do you know to what extent, or Drew, do you know to what extent the sheriff or any other county constitutional officer, although I think that will only apply to sheriffs, can just shift money around, not in their operating, but if we have an MOU on capital?
I think that would be an attorney question.
Yep. Senator Geller, that is the other layer here because this is pursuant to contract. I would like to look at it a little bit more. We happen to have our in-house expert on that, Ms. Ashton, Deputy County Attorney Nick Ashton is here. I don't know if she would like to add anything, but it's a murkier topic when it's something pursuant to contract, or even when it's a contracted service that the sheriff is performing for us. It doesn't have to be a sheriff-performed service.
And Nick, I would not be offended if you wanted to do some research before answering, because I know that's I've been practicing law a long time. That's our typical response whenever anybody asks me a question on legal issues. But do you want to proceed any further, or do you want to do some research?
Yeah, I think we do some research, because I also think because of the change in law, right, it's a more nuanced response than on one side of the law or the other. So I think we'd want to really explain how things have changed and then how that's impacted by our contract.
Okay. And I agree with the people that have said that we should not be delegating in the future. But the last issue I wanted to raise was, Mr. Melton, I'm a little concerned because I've seen the way that the media have been treating this, where you've indicated that that the biggest issue is the delegation agreement. And as Commissioner Bogan pointed out, the law changed. But beyond that, I've read your audit report carefully, and you cite examples where we had reached an agreement with the sheriff's office on certain things, and then after we had the written agreement, they just changed it again. One example was the floor that ended up being the auditorium the gym that was originally supposed to be blank space, and it was approximately $4 million, 3842, somewhere around there. When they had initial cost overruns, and apparently you or the county had discussed that with them, they agreed to take that money out, and then after we had that agreement, they put it back in. So it is, I'm concerned when you're giving the impression to, and that's just one example, you cited others. I'm concerned when you give the impression to the public that the big problem is the delegation agreement, when in fact there were just the sheriff arbitrarily, I'm not attacking the sheriff, as you said, sheriff feels his duty is to his department and public safety, and I understand that. But BSO did just ignore parts of the delegation agreement. So I don't know that the problem was that we should not have done the delegation, but rather that after we reached agreements they weren't adhered to with BSO.
Yeah, Commissioner, I said that agreement was the root cause of that allowed a lot of these problems to occur. And the fact is, they wouldn't have been able to ignore what the county said if they had not been in control. If we had had control, they could not have done anything that we didn't say was okay, because the contract with the contractor would be with us, not with them. So it would have prevented that situation. And it's not the biggest issue necessarily, but the issues that were in the report would, just about all of them would not have occurred had we not had that delegation of authority. That's what I was meaning with that.
I understand, sir. Thank you.
Just real quick, Mayor, and I just want to chime in that the delegation of agreement authority, obviously, we're not going to be doing that anymore, I hope, because you can look side by side. You can think of the SOE building and this, and you can see what we did with the SOE building versus it's not even apples for apples. So we learn our lessons and we move forward at the end of the day. But again, I want to thank you for all your hard work and your staff's work.
Thank you.
I just want to make a couple of comments. Commissioner Ferd touched on my main comment here, which has to do with the delegation of authority. We just built an SOE building. It went out to bid. It came in on time and on budget. And that's what the public would like to see, and it's accommodating the needs of the SOE. So we need to, in my opinion, never, ever do a delegation of authority again. It has to go through a regular process where we are in charge of what happens with the money. And it is very distressing to me to get a letter talking about us not funding the police properly, because I believe that we put the money in to do that. And what happens to it, we've already discussed. And it's very distressing, because I've heard from actually officers who have said something to me about it, that the money moves elsewhere. And it doesn't happen like that anywhere else in our budget that I know of. I mean, when someone comes in and we grant money for a program or a project or something, there's a budget, and Human Services or wherever it is, looks at that budget and they have to follow it. And if they want to move something or the situation changes, they come back and ask for it to be moved. And then we say yes or no. So this is just, we just never have to do this again. That's my opinion on this. And the state law is the problem, and we should advocate to have the state law changed, in my opinion. Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
To approve the Vice Mayor Furr, second by Senator Geller. All in favor of approving the audit, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, and thank you very much, Mr. Milton. Okay. Let's see where we're going to. 80, I believe we're going to now.
Okay, thanks. And this is real quick. This has to do with the renaming of the Sterling Road Library, which I am so glad that you put this on the agenda to begin with. I did ask for you to add the geographical name, and I want to thank you for that. And the reason, because the public probably saw the agenda but didn't see the renaming, is there is an incredible Friends group there of 500 members. And they're branded as the Sterling Road Library. I've known Marta, I knew Marta for a long time. And she was always very generous with her thoughts with me at all times. And I can't imagine her not wanting to do that for the Friends. I see Dick Blattner's here with the Friends, and I think we've had our conversations on this. So we're gonna, I thank you for taking the friendly amendment for that. So it will now be the Marta Beth Friedman Library, Marta Beth Friedman Sterling Road Library.
Sterling Road Library,
right.
Correct.
So it has a little bit of everything, all
Okay,
good.
It's got everything good.
And I know Bernie's here somewhere, so.
I saw Bernie.
Anyway, my
Bernie,
thought,
yeah.
I'm glad this is being put in her honor, because she was my first appointment as a county commissioner. And I had appointed her to the Library Advisory Board. And the reason was because she was very instrumental in where that library was placed at Sterling Road. She put her heart and soul into that, along with the former commissioner, Sue Gunsberger. They worked incredibly hard on this, made it happen. It is now a fantastic library. And the Friends group there is second to none. As a librarian, I haven't seen a better friends group anywhere in the country, honestly. They're known all over the place for what they do. So it's a wonderful honor, and I, again, thank you for allowing for that amendment on that. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Thank you. I just want to just add one thing. I just think it's so important to be able to honor the memory of people who have given so much to this community and of themselves, not as elected officials, just as individuals who take it upon themselves to do something good for this community. And this woman, my friend Marta, did this for so many years, and I'm just thrilled that we're being able to honor her in this way. Okay, we have a motion, and a second was? Second? Okay. No, you just seconded? I'm sorry. Okay. Commissioner? Okay. It'll be 9 people. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. So public hearing now will follow. So let me go get those items, 77 through 79, I believe, right? Okay, so item 77. Let's see, gotta get my sheet here.
And Mayor?
Yep.
If, with your permission, I've asked the reading clerk to also open 78 at the same time, since they're
78 and
related.
79 at the
Thank
same
you.
time, please. Yeah, thank you.
As stated, the county attorney has asked me to open both items 77 and 78 together. The public hearings on items 77 and 78 are now open. Item 77 is a motion to enact ordinance pertaining to the Property Access Clean Energy PACE program in Broward County, repealing Section 20-14 of the County Code of Ordinances, creating Sections 20-176.130 through 20.176.137 to be known as the Broward PACE Act, providing for definitions, interlocal agreements, program administrative requirements, and disclosure requirements, and amending Section 8.5-16, creating a fee schedule for violations of the Broward PACE Act. Item 78 is a motion to adopt resolution repealing Sections 22.175 through 22.177 of the County Administrative Code relating to the Broward County Property Assessed Clean Energy PACE program requirements. One member of the public has signed up to speak on the item, and that's Neil Schiller.
Okay.
Mayor?
Mr. Schiller?
I'll wait. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Mayor?
County attorney, please.
As I've had the opportunity to discuss with you and commissioners, and to permit final discussions with interested stakeholders to address some issues that could create unintended consequences. We want to make sure we understand the full scope of this and make sure we've taken a while to get this exactly right. We think an additional meeting would be beneficial to have with the stakeholders. So I'd ask if any commissioner would consider making a motion to, and I have to read a little bit of magic language in there, continue items 77 and 78 until September 17th, 2024 at 10 a.m. or as soon thereafter as these items may be heard, with the public hearings occurring in room 422 of Governmental Center, 115 South Andrews Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move what he just read.
Okay, Senator Geller, second? Okay, second by,
Second is fine, but I won't be here that evening. I want to participate in this conversation. So move it to the next one.
I won't be here that meeting, so can we do a date?
okay, do we have just another date we could move it to, so that the Commissioner?
Of course, and the next meeting, I think, is the, 17th. Is after the 17th, I think, is it the 8th? Just 1 second, please. So if Senator Geller, if you wouldn't mind amending your motion to, with everything else that was included.
Madam Mayor, I still repeat that I move what he just said.
Okay. You're okay. Can you be here the 8th?
Yeah, I'll be on 8th.
Okay, fine. So the motion's for the 8th, and then I would like to recognize Mr. Melton, but I would like to urge that we, and suggest that we include Mr. Melton in the meetings as the auditor. And we had a little discussion previously about the fact that, we just want to make sure that we protect consumers, and I think that it's appropriate for him to serve on this small committee. So,
Yes, ma'am,
Mr.
that's
Melton.
what I was
Yeah.
going to request. You know, this program, as you all know, is somewhat controversial, but it's very susceptible to abuse. And as we know, some counties don't allow the program, but it can be a great program. It can be instrumental in helping people get improvements done to their home that they can't otherwise afford. But it's extremely important to have adequate safeguards and oversight in the program to protect consumers. And so one way to do the oversight is for my office to have strong audit authority over this area, but then also to have built-in safeguards in the program. Some of the ones that's been proposed are good. I think some need to be tweaked, and then there needs to be some additional ones to better protect consumers. So that's why I would like for my office to be involved as well.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to note for everyone that we obviously have been working with Mr. Melton's office on this and have had ongoing discussions. We also would like to see those same things achieved. And to the extent we have a difference of opinion with Mr. Melton, which we may on this, we're happy to work with Mr. Melton to prepare freestanding amendments for the board to consider when this moves forward.
Okay, but basically everyone will be sitting at the table that is invested in this. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Vice Mayor for.
Real quick, there's an agreement that has yet to be signed that I don't quite understand. It's an ILA agreement.
As soon as we're done voting on this item, if the continuance to October 7th is approved, I'm going to be withdrawing item 82, which is the template for the ILA agreement.
Okay.
That's interrelated with this, and we'll be bringing that back on the same date, October 8th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to add, we've been monitoring PACE. It's been a challenge for us. But as we look at the new agreement, and we are talking affordability, at the end of the day, whatever that amount that borrower, that client added to their current mortgage, I think that we should be looking at whether or not the first mortgage and this new loan does not go over a certain percentage of their income. And I had my discussion with PACE to make sure affordability in repayment is equal to affordability in purchasing. Okay? So we need to make sure it does not go
I think this is part of the conversation.
I believe that's in there.
Yeah, it's,
No,
I think.
10%, it's not in there currently.
It will be part of the conversation.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, thank you.
That's
Ms.
what yeah.
Mayor?
Yes.
When I started this about what they were doing, it started with these notices that were going out, number one, and using our image or likeness with a misrepresentation. And even today, as we sit here, I'm picking up papers that says Broward funding approved. They might have changed it from Broward County, but the problem I have with this whole thing is it's not us. We have a vehicle where you can channel the payments back through your taxes. I get that. I have a problem when people think we're pushing it. So we're coming up with all these different solutions to attack a problem in a private industry. In my personal opinion, should not be associated with someone's taxes. These banking institutions, they're out there standing on their own. They're doing what they have to. They follow the regulations of the federal government, and those folks can go in and all the things that we talk about, from Commissioner Rogers to this side of the room, there's a sheet when they walk in that room. And if you don't meet debt to income, if you don't meet, you don't get. These folks are getting a head start on others. It's like they get a pool. They can directly go to it and target their market. That's fine. I don't have a problem with people making money with their businesses. But when you can put your fish in a bucket and shoot it, it's easy. But if you have to go out to the lake or the ocean and work for it, it's different. And you may care about the catch. You may not bring in the smaller fish, and and eat them. You'll put them back until they grow to be bigger fish, that they understand, what to grapple at, or not grapple at, but it's the concept of this thing. And we've been at it since I got here. And they're still out there poaching, in my opinion. And I'm not in any way saying that these companies are bad. I have no way of controlling their behavior. People in my district are being impacted at an alarming rate. But I get calls from other districts. I got in this program. Now, my tax bill, to me, it's a reflection on us when it's associated with the taxes, to me. If they were out on their own, it's different. I'll be at the table for the conversation, and I'll talk to the representatives. I think everyone's been working out some of the kinks, but this might be a third-party person. This might be the contractor, wanted to get into that house and do the deal. So I want to be here that day, but
We'll be here.
Broward funding approved.
Real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Two things. One, and what you're talking about, Commissioner McKenzie, is those people that are generating the leads. And part of that agreement I was just talking about, the ILA, needs to speak to that and how that is done. The second part is, we all came up with a very good disclosure form 2 or 3 years ago. That's not being filled out the same way by everybody. And they're not understanding, it seems very clear, but it's not being filled out that way. And somehow we need to be making sure all the contractors, those 4 or 5 companies, we need to have either, not a workshop, but an educational point with them and said, this is how you fill this out. These are what these numbers mean. And so it's not different with everyone. So that at the end of the day, who's eligible and who's not eligible. And everybody's clear what they're doing. I might be the only one up here who's used this program. I use this program. And I did it because I'm an exact target of who would use this. Instead of taking out a big loan, I could do this. And
And you're sophisticated. You can understand the terms and everybody.
I'm very, very sophisticated. Thank you very much.
Not like the lawyers in here, but you're a librarian. You can read.
Very sophisticated.
They get paid by the words.
I feel.
I think the bottom line is we need a lot of work. That's why we're doing this, delaying it, having the conversation with all the people that are a part of it, and trying to come up with what's. We all agree it needs to be safe for the people that are using it. That's the bottom line. But I think some of us think that there are banks don't always provide the opportunities, and this can provide an opportunity. So let's wait and have the conversation, bring it back.
Great.
And hopefully we'll come up with solutions that everybody will
Thank you.
agree to. Okay. So we just need a motion.
Motion. We have one.
We have one. Yes. Would you like to repeat it?
Yes, just.
Okay, just.
Oh, yeah, only because of the way the law is now.
Right.
So the motion that Senator Geller made is to continue items 77 and 78 until October 8th, 2024 at 10 a.m. or as soon thereafter as these items may be heard, with the public hearings occurring in room 422 of Governmental Center, 115 South Andrews Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301.
Okay, and we had a second. We had a second by Commissioner Rogers, I believe. No, or Commissioner McKenzie. You seconded. You seconded. Okay, fine. Okay, all right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now you have your work cut out for you. So, okay. All right, we're going to move to, I think, 79.
Our final regular public hearing item is item 79. The public hearing on item 79 is now open. Item 79 is a motion to enact ordinance pertaining to the Broward County Local Provider Participation Fund Ordinance, amending various sections of Article 5 of Chapter 16 of the County Code of Ordinances, providing for the imposition, levy, collection, and enforcement of a non-ad valorem special assessment against certain real property owned or leased by private hospitals in Broward County to fund supplemental payments to the local private hospitals for uncompensated charity care costs. No members of the public have signed up to speak on the item.
Okay. Moved by Commissioner Fisher, and seconded by Udine. I did. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, passed. Thank you. I think, is Commissioner Ryan on this, online or not? No. Okay. I thought maybe he
We were
was.
told he was. I just haven't heard him, though. I don't know.
All right, so it's eight. Okay. All right. So, no jokes, stop. God. Hey. Okay, where are we now? This is 81, yes.
Item 81 is the motion to approve threshold increase for open-end contract for solid waste trash removal and recycling services between Broward County and Great Waste and Recycling Services, LLC, at the Broward County's Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, increasing the current initial three-year term amount from $943,440 to $2,830,320, and increasing the potential five-year contract amount from $1,572,400 to $4,717,200. No members of the public have signed up to speak on this item.
Okay. Question? Yeah, Commissioner Bogan.
You're talking, what about over 100% increase? Is there a reason why that is?
So yes, if I may.
Yes, please.
So this particular contract was appropriated and approved at the correct amount. When it was put into the system on staff side, there was a transposition of a number, and so the threshold contract amount was input incorrectly. So there's the appropriate budget and everything was approved correctly by you originally, but because the threshold amount was put in incorrectly, we had to come back to the board to get the appropriate.
Then why is it saying increase the potential five-year contract from two? It wouldn't be an increase of that much of an increase.
Because of the way it was input into the system. And I don't know, if Mr.
Okay.
Gale, if you're here, if you wanted to clarify if I left anything out on that?
So there's not over 100% increase in being charged?
No.
Okay, then that's not, then fine. I don't
Mark,
need
is there anything else that you think I need to add?
As long as
Okay.
Mr. Gale gets a good chunk of that, that's all I care about.
He may generate a large chunk of that solid
Okay.
waste.
Senator Geller moves approval. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Udine.
I have one.
Yeah.
I'm going to say one thing. For those of us who have traveled a lot of different places, especially you were just over in Europe, you probably saw in the airports the different ways that they recycle.
Yeah.
And they're so far ahead of us. They have something for, plastic or this or that. We don't have that. And I wonder, we're about to do an entire recycling service here. And I wonder, yeah, exactly. But I wonder if this might be the time to actually start considering doing a better job that way, and dividing it better, because right now it is essentially single stream, and it's not, and there's so much contamination. It's all, the contamination rate is probably 40 to 50%, which means you're not doing very much recycling. The way that you avoid that is you have those,
Multiple bins.
containers that do it. So if there's any way of just looking at that, I think it might be the time to do it. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
May I?
Good suggestion, yes.
But-
Commissioner
I-
Kenzie?
And you helped me because you spearheaded this trash thing. I still think it goes back to the education of the consumer. Because just because it's Fort Lauderdale, they don't have these separate bins, doesn't mean the place he just left, those folks didn't land in that airport and try to toss something and still have the same mentality of trash goes in the trash can, and I haven't read the label of all these different buckets. So, do they really work, or they just have a better illusion? I don't know. I just know that when we dealt with trash in the past, it was always so difficult educating the consumer on how we should be disposing of our waste.
Most of the European countries that are doing this, the recycling rate is far beyond ours.
Okay.
But they also, to your point, do constant education on all of this. And that is the main point of discussion in a lot of the solid waste authorities
Yeah.
discussions right now.
And then cost, too, when it comes to
Yeah.
recycling.
Oh, yeah, no, Palm Beach spends $4 million a year on education. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I have a good idea, though, that the next mayor can do that as part of his announcement at the.
How convenient, how convenient.
Great idea, Mayor.
And who would that be? The trash man?
You don't think so?
Madam
It's
Mayor.
not as sexy as the Panthers, right? Right. Okay. All right. Okay, where are we?
Madam Mayor, if I might, I think
Yeah, we need-
Mr. Gale wanted to clarify
Okay.
something at the airport with
Oh,
recycling,
okay.
if that's okay.
Before we vote, let's, Mr. Gale.
Thank you. For a moment, a very quick moment,
Morning,
Mr. Gale.
Commissioners.
Hey, Mark, take the win. Sit down.
I just wanted to reply to Vice Mayor Farr, maybe you hadn't seen them, but we actually do separate recycling and normal straight line trash in the airport. They used to be in the same type of container, but we have now separated those, and they're different colors. They say recycling. I agree with Commissioner McKenzie also. It does come down to an education effort on the traveling public side of the house, and there's a lot of contamination in both. So, but we do have them separated all throughout the terminals now.
I guess the point is the further partition of just the recycling, because
Yep.
if you just do recycling and trash, people don't know which one to put it in.
Yep.
And so the other airports, it's very particular. Put this here, put this here, this here, this here. That's what I'm talking
Yep,
about.
understood.
I've got pictures, I'll show you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's already been moved and seconded. Yeah. You seconded already. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Now, where 82 is going to be withdrawn, is that?
I'd like to withdraw item 82, and we'll bring this back on October 8th.
Okay. And then 80, let's see, 82, 83 is consent, so we are finished. That's it. Okay. That's fairly close to the 11:30, considering. Okay. So, County Administrator, do you have a report you'd like to make?
I do, thank you, Madam Mayor. It'll be very brief, but I think that I will just welcome you officially all back, although I don't think any of you took a break because I spoke to many, if not all of you, almost on a daily basis. But I wanted to make sure that the public knows that the work of the county team never ceases, certainly starting with you all. But we put out, as we do every summer, right before the first meeting back, a 17-page summer recess recap last night. So I'm sure if you didn't see it last night, it might put you to sleep tonight. But after we all watch something on TV this evening, maybe you can watch and read this very informative document to highlight some of the great work that the county team undertook this summer and some of the highlights. And in that, I'll just share one thing about that I wanted to, just commend the team. This year the county received 29 awards of excellence from the National Association of County Information Officers as well, including Best in Show for aviation. And we had 33 achievement awards from the National Association of Counties themselves. So, a lot of great work here at the county, and it's all supported by your leadership and support. So thank you. And with that, I just want to say welcome back officially. That's it.
Nothing, Mayor. I will see everyone soon.
Very brief, because I know that August is National Black Business Month, and I know I heard that I have in the audience Margaret Anglin, owner of family-owned electric business in District 9. Okay. And of course, Andy Ingram, I heard he's also here today, President and CEO and founder, National Association of Black Hotel Owners and Operators and Developers. NABHOOD, glad that you're visiting your county and being in the audience. Not present, but wanted to stop in today as they try to understand how this government works and how we function. So I'm encouraging businesses from my district to attend. Luke Ballantyne, Moments to Remember, great photographer, and Lorna Osborne from Comfort Care Nursing Professionals. And just wanted to acknowledge during Black Business Month of August. So thank you very much. Let me also speak to, yes, I took a break. I know I took a break because I'm a workaholic. My staff told me that they needed a break, so I was forced to leave them alone. I see Dwight over there. So I took a break, and so my staff had a break. But they know we don't work 9 to 5. They know this commissioner works after 7, doing a lot of things in our district. I hosted a housing forum addressing the new laws that took effect July 1st, and we'll continue to have those conversations around affordable housing and the diversity in housing and some of the challenges that we're seeing for more foreclosures. I am asking the county to monitor the foreclosures in the district, the foreclosures in our senior housing, and all that is happening. So I was honored and privileged to support Coast to Coast with a small contribution, because I do believe in the service they're providing to our seniors in the condos, those who are in foreclosure, being pushed out. So that's what I did and will continue to do. To my staff that has supported me for 2 years, they make me look good, and maybe that's the reason I ran unopposed. So I'm thankful for that. So to my staff, thank you, and we'll continue to work. Thank you, colleagues.
Madam Mayor, just want to say it's good to see all my friends and colleagues again. I have seen many of you over the summer, but it's good to see you again in person, collectively.
Just very briefly, I know that we have our new port director, Joe Morris. I've attended about 7 welcome to our new port director events. So he's going to have to stay a long time so we can amortize that over the entire contract. But it's good to have him here. And on a serious note, Port Everglades' bond rating was just improved by a notch, I saw, by Fitch. So that helps our taxpayers, and that helps our county, and that helps our businesses by being able to provide more services through our port community, which is one of our biggest economic engines in South Florida. So welcome and congratulations. And I can also continue to monitor the affordable housing, and it's interesting because, like we kind of started to predict it, I think we're starting to see a little bit more good news with the development community, because there is starting to become an oversupply on multifamily coming through the pipeline. So if the development community continues to do what they normally do in these cycles, overbuild at the certain times and underbuild at the other, this could be something that we can see an improvement on over the next few years. When it comes to multifamily and when it comes to more units in this area. And I have a pretty good sense and strong sense that the development community, by overbuilding, will do a lot more for affordable housing than an agency putting millions and hundreds of millions into their budgets. Thank you.
Also, welcome back. Missed you. I did want to congratulate all the winners from the primary, particularly the ones in the school board. Because we had a number of those school board members that were arbitrarily taken out. And in my mind, it made some illegitimacy. It made it illegitimate. And I am glad to see that those people that ran have those seats back. They don't, those same people aren't there, but the people that were appointed are not there anymore. And I think that's important. I think it's important. I think it makes it more legitimate, and it makes it, I think voters talk with their votes, and they did. And I was very glad to see that. And there were some very good people in there. So I think it's going to make a big difference. I also want to congratulate our own county for being redesignated as a wildlife-friendly community. We were the very first county in the country to have this, and the second, one of only 2 counties to receive this designation. So that's pretty cool. Also, I was going to thank Director Brightwell for what he was doing for emptying the shelters. That's fantastic. I think all of us are feeling good about that. And then the Mobility Advancement Program, the Oversight Committee approved a lot of projects. That is really starting to get some traction, a lot of traction. I think we're seeing some really good work throughout this county. And people wanted to see that the surtax money be working. They can see it in everywhere around this county right now. So they're doing a lot of good work. And I just want to thank them for all that. And that's all I've got. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of congratulations again. Congratulations to Romola Montwani. She was here earlier, and I just didn't have the chance to kind of put it in there, and her family being recognized on Forbes 50 over 50 feature. You know, the Montwani family has just been such an amazing force here in Broward County and what they've been able to accomplish, so congratulations to them. Also to Sandy Michael McDonald and his team. Maribel Feliciano was honored at the 23rd Annual Hispanic Woman of Distinction. So again, great leadership from you, Sandy, and for all your group you do there. And then lastly, this past few weeks, I've been able to serve with Mayor Rich and Judge Miranda on the canvassing board, and really has been an interesting experience. Of course, I was there as an alternate, but this more actively at this time for this election. And I just want to thank, congratulations to Joe Scott, and I should say probably Mayor, AKA Mary, AKA Mary. No, seriously, Joe and his team has just been phenomenal. The new facility is just off the charts, total transparency, as we saw when we did the grand opening. And thank you, Ms. Shapiro, for your team making that project become a reality. But it just shows the process of how democracy works, and it's just been a pleasure to be part of that. And we continue tonight. Hopefully that we will wrap up tonight, but look forward to continuing service in that manner. Thank you, Mayor.
Just congratulations to everybody who's prevailed in our primary, except for Steve Geller. Feel bad for Steve Geller. I'm sorry, Steve Geller didn't prevail, but otherwise I want to congratulate everybody else. And that's it.
Congratulations on you all winning and the new members or member. I was very disappointed in the sheriff's race. I voted for you. So you will forever be my undersheriff.
It's really been quite an excellent experience serving on the canvassing board, and especially in the new facility. And we have such a professional, efficient staff. And I mean, everyone should see this, who goes out there and tries to do these, things about elections not, being fair and everything. It's just amazing to watch it and to be a part of it. So. But we will have an item up next time, because I will not be able to continue on the canvassing board because I have an opponent, so I cannot, for the general, so I can't be on it. So I'm not appointing. Actually, it is done by nominations and so forth, so it will happen at the September.
It's right now. It could be the 5th or the 17th. If it's ready, if it's the 5th, it's the 17th is timely, Mayor, because canvassing doesn't start again until October. If you want it for the 5th, Scott Andron's listening. We'll make sure we push it and get it on for the 5th. It's your call.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, Scott.
We're already. I mean, I can't continue through anything that has to do, because of the primary being over. So I don't want to have any issues.
You're fine on the 5th. Okay. We'll make sure it gets done timely.
That's it. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And I just wanted to mention last night I had the privilege of actually being honored, but it was an event called the National Senior Citizens Day. And our newest colleague to be, Alexandra Davis, Vice Mayor of Miramar, is the one who put it all together at the Miramar Multipurpose Center. And it was a huge crowd. and it's where their senior center is. So it was really exciting, and Charlotte Mather-Taylor, who is the CEO of Area Agency on Aging, of which I am now the president, she also was recognized. But I got it. She didn't get it for the same reason I got it. It's called the Timeless Treasure Award. So you can just figure out on that what that means. So, but anyway, I have to tell you, they had a jazz band. I mean, we need if we have any kind of an event, we need to have this jazz band. They were just fabulous. Everybody was just rocking in their seats and, clicking and moving to the music. But it was a really wonderful event, and it was just a nice recognition of what we do for seniors in our community. And I wanted to just say that I won't talk about it all together now, but I want to recognize what you said, Commissioner Rogers, because I have been, as chair of the Homeless COC, Continuum of Care, we have been talking a lot about evictions and adding money to legal aid. I think you had it on your list as well when we put in our request, because it's very important. They are doing an outstanding job, and we need to add coast to coast to that, because it's the original one, and legal aid also needs more because of all the evictions out there. So, yeah. So anyway, I think we are ready to adjourn and move on to our budget workshop. Is that correct? Time?
If we give us about 15 minutes to switch the technology, and then we can regroup.
12:20.
And the lunch is already, I think, in there as well?
No, we're going into 4:30.
Room 4:30.
4:30.
Can we start at 12:30?
Yeah.
We can start at 12:30,
Yeah.
right? Okay, fine. Real 12:30. I promise, real 12:30.
Thank you.
Monica, are you ready? Ready? Okay. All right. I guess I'm not eating. I'm not eating right now. All right. Okay. We're going to call our budget meeting to order. I don't have a, where's the, nothing. This is what you have, a budget workshop? No, with that they didn't get me. Here. Oh, God. All right. Okay, that's it. That's all they gave me. That's it. I thought there was something else. Okay, we're going to call this budget workshop to order. We're ready. Okay. So welcome, everybody. And we have 2 agenda items today. We have the Port Everglades and we have our airport. So we'll turn it over to you right now, Madam Administrator.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so I wanted to change the agenda a little bit. I thought maybe we could have it, instead of the budget workshop for Port Everglades, we could just have an 8th welcoming reception for Joe for lunch.
You took my joke. That was going to be my opener.
All right, well.
And I got to correct the record because his bonds weren't upgraded. It was a hotel and
I
convention
did,
center.
yes, it was the
So
convention
stenographer
center, but I was
fixed
like, well,
that
maybe
one.
there's something I missed.
Yeah, I'm
But
sorry,
thank
my
you.
bad.
No, all good. But you know what? We all reap the benefits because we're looking right at the site of that activity. So, but thank you for this opportunity. Much of the successes that we have as an organization and that we get to enjoy from our enterprise activity is really, the lion's share of the folks that are really behind this are behind us here as well and at this table. And I really want to just commend and thank the team for an outstanding job. And Joe Morris, our CEO and Port Everglades Director.
Not an 8th event. We're good.
Welcome to Broward.
Thank you, and thank you, Monica, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission. It is great to be here, and I do have some of my key team here to support me, as I am, of course, getting familiar with all this, but I am fully behind the recommended budget that we're putting forward. We've got some great news out of the port, as I'm sure you all know, so we'll walk you through that here today. And across our big 3, we have strong performances. These big 3 make up roughly 75% of our operating revenues. And in FY23, that accounted for $182 million. This diversity of business activity at our port gives us a great balance to remain fiscally healthy relative to other ports that typically have a single line of business. This is something that differentiates us and gives us a great portfolio to leverage in cycles of downturn, as most ports saw during the 2020, 2021 years. We've got this great balance. In terms of cruise, we are still the number 3 home port worldwide. Guests come to Broward County to begin and end their cruise experience with us, and we recognize that as a home port origin, our guests not only use our local hotels, restaurants, shops, our airport, and our other attractions, but we have an awesome responsibility to partner with our cruise lines to make their experience a positive one so that when they look for their next cruise, they're returning here to Port Everglades. As the cruise industry continues to rebound, the multi-day passengers increased approximately 80% versus the fiscal year 22. And our cruise lines continue to bring bigger ships. They're adjusting their itineraries to the current market trends. And what that means is more of these 3, 4, 5-day sailings to tap into a new market of cruisers rather than the traditional 7, 10, or even longer periods. They remain high on growth forecasts, which we're going to get into a little bit later in the presentation. Also of importance is the daily passenger service, a vital link for the Bahamas, nearly 115,000 passengers last year. And that's a service that's offered by Balearia, and we've got some information. We're working with them, continue to work with them on a potential dedicated facility for that business. On the cargo side, we are the leading perishables port, and number 3 overall in Florida, measured by throughput, so container throughput by volume. That did exceed 1 million TEUs again, with more than 2,000 ship calls in fiscal year 23. However, you may have read some great news in the summer recess recap that was sent out yesterday that highlighted our efficiency as a container port on a global scale. So Port Everglades climbed 14 spots from 89 to 65. And this is, I'll remind you, out of 405 global ports that are measured. So that puts us in the top 16%. And for North America, we're ranked number 3, and we're number 1 in Florida. Our reach on the container cargo side expands to 150 ports in 70 countries, giving importers and exporters here in the region connectivity that provides the goods for businesses and residents of South Florida and beyond. And our last of the big 3, the energy sector, our infrastructure supports 1/3 of Florida's fuel needs, and it wholly supports South Florida. We saw a record of nearly 130 million barrels come through the port in FY23, and that's through more than 600 ship calls. I recently toured some of the petroleum facilities and learned that we support 1,300 truck visits on average per day. Blew my mind. And I realize how valuable and vital that is, especially as we're entering the storm season here. So we actually had some good conversations about the resiliency and the adjustments that those facilities are seeing. The remaining 25% of our operating revenues come from real estate and non-containerized business activity, further diversifying our portfolio. Our fiscal year 25 forecast calls for a growth to 4.4 million guests on the cruise side. This will, of course, be a record for the port. That's an estimated 18% growth over what we're envisioning as our FY24 finish, somewhere in the 3.8, 3.9 million number. Some of these upcoming milestones for fiscal year 25, you can see on the screen. Princess Cruises is going to bring their LNG-capable ship, Sun Princess, October 10th. And that'll be a multi-day stay. They're going to have some events associated with recognizing that vessel coming to the port for the first time. Crystal Cruises is going through a rebranding. It's remaining a luxury cruise line, and they're going to begin their home port here in November with one of their ships called the Crystal Serenity. Also, Silver Seas will bring their second Nova-class ship to the port in middle of December. This is a pretty fascinating ship that has some unique views on board, as you can read here. And this, for a luxury cruise line, is a large capacity ship with 700 guests. And lastly, also in December, Ritz-Carlton's latest ship, the Ilma, will be coming to Port Everglades in early December for a naming ceremony. And of course, what is not shown here is some news that that I shared a few weeks ago regarding Disney bringing a second home port ship here starting in November of 25. So we'll probably talk about that again when we talk about FY26. But that just shows the great success that they've had partnering with us since they began in November of last year. On the cargo side, we connect the importers and exporters through that the reach that we have to 150 ports in those 70 countries. Our primary market is Latin America, and earlier this year, CGM, I won't dare try to pronounce their French name, brought the Americas XL service to the port. This connects us with Callao and Guayaquil. CGM also started calling the port with their CEBA Express service, providing more options for our port community to get their goods to and from Latin America. And thanks to the vision and the support of this commission, we entered 3 Super Post Panamax cranes into service. I should say 3 more, bringing our total to 6, and 13 cranes across the entire berth over there in Southport. You know, this combining with the Southport turning notch has enabled the port to provide infrastructure to match opportunities related to larger ships that are being deployed in the various networks. It's also contributed to the improvement in our global ranking of that container port efficiency I mentioned just a few minutes ago. And our year-over-year volume for both containerized and break bulk tonnage are trending at 4% compared to FY23 through June, through the same period. And our energy sector trends, we're continuing to work towards the implementation of shore power. The demand is there, in particular for our cruise lines. They have some commitments, some strong commitments within their respective companies, but also as a global cruising organization. By 2031, they're targeting to be, 2034, they're targeting to be net zero. You know, with the continued support locally and, of course, at the state and federal levels, we will continue with those design studies to get this infrastructure active. We're also partnering with our clients on preparing the pipeline infrastructure for the future, focused on readying the port for the widening of Slip 1 by 150 feet. This will allow more comfortable berthing for the current size ships that are coming, but also permit the Afromax ships to come into port and discharge their valuable fuel products for us. And earlier this year, in April, the port celebrated a first by doing an LNG bunkering operation with the Silver Nova. This is an opportunity I see for the port with more and more ships coming online being LNG capable to the tune of more than 40% of the cruise ship new builds coming online in the next 5 years. This is a real opportunity for Port Everglades to once again differentiate who we are and what we can do for the business. So let's move into how all of that has driven our recommended budget for fiscal year 25. Next slide, please. There it is. So our year-over-year performance is up in most segments and significantly up in cruise, as we welcomed Disney as of last November and supported the growth for all of our cruise lines. We're relatively flat in the energy segment as well as in containerized cargo. That is partially driven by a transfer of our short-term and smaller footprint operations on the cargo side into the real estate segment, which also accounts for some of the growth there. So next is parking. It's performed extremely well, as I mentioned, as the cruise lines adapt their itineraries on those shorter 3, 4, 5-day itineraries. The demand for parking goes significantly up, right? It exponentially goes up. So we've adapted to that. Our break bulk business remains steady, and bulk is slightly down due to demand of the products in that segment. And on the lay-in, this is probably the toughest one as I look at this to forecast. This is sporadic business that is not typically planned. They are opportunity-driven, and our job as an operations team is also to see if we've got the capability to support them when they come up, and that results in the revenue that we see here. The other segment is a collection of our smaller business activities, including the foreign trade zone fees, rail revenues, the intermodal container transfer facility, late fees and penalties, and other fees for ID badges and the like. And here is our forecasted revenue for fiscal year 25. You can see the core three are fairly balanced and represent 82% of our total. And again, this diversity is a strength that not many ports can leverage as they forecast their future investments. This also creates, however, a need to have a strong team to plan our evolution via the Master Vision Plan, which tomorrow starts phase 3 with public sessions and gathering that feedback. The reason that is so important, we need a strong team because of this mix of business. We need to make sure that they remain complementary on our top line, but not compete and cause problems for one another on a day-to-day and the execution level. So merging these three businesses together within our footprint from a physical operational perspective, that's something that we need to make sure does not start to prohibit growth for any of these segments. So this $226 million represents an approximate 12% growth compared to the fiscal year 24 budget. And the next slide, we've got a little comparison of those two. So you can see the 12% growth is carried by continued growth in our cruise sector. They've got an itemized year-over-year increase of 27%, or $18 million. The remainder of the increase we see here with steady growth in the other business lines, some of what is going to be linked to the tariff increase proposal that I believe you will consider on the September 5th Commission meeting. We are taking a more conservative approach with parking in fiscal year 25, and that's just aligning to some of the trends with our cruise itineraries. And as I mentioned, the lay-in it's very sporadic business, but we're forecasting an increase for the coming year considering recent year averages, with some ups and downs throughout those seasons. And of course, we have operating expenses to support the economic engine that is the port. Our top two categories are about people. We are a service business at the end of the day, and we need the right people in the right positions to deliver for our users and for the county. The law enforcement, security, and fire rescue, as well as our personnel costs, these dominate our expense categories, as you can see. But this is where we are not unique to other ports. This is a similar proportion that we see from one port to the next. So very common in the industry. And on our comparison to last fiscal year, we're forecasting an approximate 6% increase. And given that 12% increase on the top line, just more activity, we'll have some higher costs. This does include the addition of 2 new positions we're proposing. One is an equipment operator to help our increased cruise activity, and a new position dedicated to our FTZ operation, an FTZ manager position. Safety, security, and emergency response are critical to any port, and our team has engaged with VSO. However, this is pending final negotiations. We have a slight decrease in our maintenance and repair activities, and this is mainly driven by the utilization of these new crane assets. And they require a little less TLC. The older cranes, of course, have a higher and still a very remarkable performance record or availability record given their age. But the new cranes have a higher reliability, as one would understand, and that's allowing us to have a small drop here. And, I've experienced it personally. Insurance rates seem to be going up everywhere and in many sectors, but as you can see here, our team worked with the county to deliver a 28% reduction in our forecasted cost there. And the increase in professional services I got one more here. There we go. Increase in professional service is primarily a result of an increase in the contract for our parking garage operator due to a new service lot, as well as an overall increase in cruise passengers and the demand for service. This also accounts for some of the shuttle activities that we have to do when we're moving our cruise guests from one facility to another. And now we jump into our CIP. And it's significant, and not just in terms of the dollars, but also in terms of the impact and the importance for the future of our port. So as we progress with the next iteration of that master vision plan and align it with the guidance of the Commission and County Administration, we have an awesome responsibility to ready our port's facilities for today and for the years to come. So with that, our 5-year recommended SIP totals $820 million of investment, ranging from replacement activities, such as is the case with the majority of our bulkheads on the water side, the bridge of water side to land side, such as shore power and our ship-to-shore cranes, and of course on the land side with our terminal projects and road projects, such as the I-595 flyover and a Terminal 29 renovation we've hopefully got planned with Royal Caribbean. Our current grants out of this $820 million, we have $83.7 million of supported funding, and we do have some grant applications that hopefully will increase that amount over this 5-year period. So to highlight a couple of these projects, I won't go through all of these, but I will touch on a couple. So the bulkhead replacements at berth 1 and 2 and 3, these are not super exciting projects, but they are fundamental to the operation, the safe operation of our port. And some of the bulkheads that we have are still the originals from the 1920s. Some are from the 1960s. So we're just hitting that end of life cycle for them to be replaced. As I mentioned, we're hoping to redesign cruise terminals 29 and 21 with Royal Caribbean and Carnival Princess, respectively. I did also mention the Southport turning notch. I'd be remiss not to mention it again. The value that has added to our Southport community is tremendous, and is showing in some of the communications that they're working on getting additional shipping lines here. And on the next one, we've got the Westlake Park Segment 4 mitigation construction. This is one I'm still learning more about, but I understand the tremendous environmental value that this has, and is another milestone towards our progress with the deepening and widening projects. And then finally, of course, we've got our partnership with FPL working on the shore power. We've also got plans with Balearia, that daily ferry service to the Bahamas, to give them a permanent home. They're calling multiple facilities on an as available basis, and they've got a tremendous market, and we want to be able to service them and the users of that ferry service a little more satisfactorily. Now, pending any questions, and I've got, I'm happy to take them. My team will for sure be a little more into the details at this point, but hopefully I've shared enough information to give you a good feeling about the port. I certainly have one during my first month here.
We have a great feeling. Great, thank you so much. So let me just go ahead. Okay, Senator Geller, you start.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, welcome.
Thank you.
Nice
Number 9, Mike?
I have a couple questions,
Yeah.
but just I expect an encyclopedic knowledge because you've been here so many years. We've always been proud of our mix of different revenue sources, particularly the big three. I would contrast that to Port Canaveral. Have you been following that recent issue where they've wanted to alter their mix, and the governor has opposed that, saying if they should not have more cruises, they should be more diversified? Any comment on that?
I have followed it. not knowing the history of how they got to where they are and what their plan looks like, I'll reserve comment until I can get a little more information. I have not reached out to Canaveral to get any alignment with what they're seeing. But for all the Florida ports on the East Coast, cruise is an important business. So what we'll focus on, of course, is making sure, as I said, right, our competing big three for the limited real estate that we have does not cause similar problems.
Okay. Next, I was very impressed that we're adding Crystal, Silversea, and Ritz-Carlton here. Is Port Everglades starting to emerge as a home port for the luxury? Or if you add in, there's only 4, 5, 6 of those. I don't know how you pronounce it. Is Oceania or Oceania?
Oceania.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think we have, but there's only, like I said, 4 or 5. And the fact we'll have 3 of them here is very impressive. As I said, are we now starting to emerge as, if you want to go on a Carnival ship and get drunk and loud, you'll go to Miami, and if you want a more luxury experience, you'll be sailing out of Port Everglades?
Commissioner, I wouldn't say that we're going to change that market dynamic. What I will say is I think it's important for our port to offer a variety of itineraries and experiences to those guests that we can attract here that will then, of course, bookend their stay with visits to the various attractions and contributing to the economic engine here. For these luxury lines, where we see a great fit is, of course, it's a different demographic. But at the same time, if we can balance out what we have as a tremendous peak with these weekend calls and get some midweek calls to, when it's not so busy in the port, that's a great opportunity for us, and that's what we're going after.
Okay. One of the issues that I'd seen for years, both in the legislature and commission, is always discussions on pipelines and the impact that might have if there are pipelines on Port Everglades. You're not aware of any discussion of any pipelines now coming there?
No, sir, I am not.
Okay. And then the last question I had was, and you alluded to this in your discussion about how landlocked we are. And you probably can't answer this publicly because if you could, it would drive up the price. It would mean we're looking at specific parcels. But is there any land immediately adjacent to the port without identifying what it is? Is there still any additional expansion possible in the port in terms of adding land mass to it?
I will say this is already come up as a theme in our master vision plan feedback that we're receiving. It is on the radar. I don't have any concrete answers for you.
I don't want any
concrete
we
will
answers publicly.
we will explore the opportunities and hopefully make the right moves when there's an opportunity.
Mr. Morris, I look forward to working with you in years to come.
Thank you, Senator.
If I can chime in on that just for one moment, just to thank you, Joe, that was a perfect answer. But what I wanted to add is there's some property that has been in conversations amongst not just the port group but also aviation that we're still working through, because I have a couple of our kids in our family here that want the same property. So we keep working as a good family does, and we try to see how we can meet the needs. Exactly. Meet the needs of the industries and the growth that we expect and continue to try to respond to and be prepared for. So.
Thank you. Welcome, Joe. Number 10, I guess.
Thank you.
Three real quick questions. I know we were on the verge of doing a shore power RFP and all that stuff. Is that just kind of set aside until, where are we? That's really what I want to know.
Glenn, do you want to take that one?
I'll tee it up. How about that? And any other details you guys want to chime in on?
Because we were kind of close to.
So, that's a great question, and where we are with this is that there's an RFP,
Okay.
and we're also have a grant application in.
Okay.
So, and that's the high-level answer for you at the moment. Obviously, the port and we, as a county, are very interested in pursuing this, and this is still an absolute objective and goal of ours. It's to make sure that what we are put in front of you ultimately is the right protections and the right mix for the county and for the port, so that the liability does not end, and that the port doesn't have to bear the responsibility of any liability that may be because of a change in the industry.
Right.
With the fueling of the
Right.
of the
That's what I was
vessels.
wondering
So that's kind of the status of where we are with that. It's still moving forward. I don't know if Glenn and your team, Joe, want to chime in on anything else, but they'll probably have the better update on the timing.
So is the
of things.
idea, so whoever we had engaged on this, that they would be flexible enough to, if times change, if technology change, they are able to change with us? Is that the idea?
Without the port being responsible for that change, or at least having some commitment, whatever that might look like, having some commitment with the cruise lines, that, that there's some skin in the game, and that if they automatically overnight change that, and all the infrastructure to
Right.
support that
Right.
is different, that there is a mechanism and a path to make that change
And I
without
guess it's
us being
because it's
bearing
kind of
that.
new throughout the industry, Joe? maybe?
In the U.S. it is. I think there are, you can count on one hand how many ports have this capability. So it is still relatively new. And with the new ships coming online, there's this crossroads of technology, design, and let's say reach. When, how far can you extend cables, and where it's the plug in. There's no standardization as
Did
of
they already
yet.
have it in the Netherlands when you were there?
When I was there, no, not for cruises. For containers, yes, and also where I worked in Los Angeles, it was a standard there as well.
Had they started to shift to any different technology at that point?
At that point, no, sir.
But you're hearing that there may be a shift in.
And this
what
would be
kind of
more
future?
on the engineering side of the mechanism that is on the land side that connects directly to the vessels. What's the smartest way? What's the, I don't want to say the cheapest, but the most value for the cost in terms of that infrastructure? What does that look like? So there's
It's
a
just
lot
hard
of.
I can't imagine writing an RFP for something, an unknown.
So for right now, I think where the team is focused is the flexibility piece in terms of our different ships, making sure that indeed at our various terminals, that the variety of ships that we have, big, small, and otherwise, will be able to connect.
So we're just having to keep it somewhat amorphous and flexible, since
Yeah.
we don't know where we're going.
That's right.
If I can, Vice Mayor, if I can supplement that. So we currently have a request for information out that closes next week, and some of those questions relate to the technology side. Every indication that we're getting from the cruise lines, although there's a lot of discussion about alternative fuels, that really is more for when they're away from the dock.
Okay.
And they still look at shore power, at least in the the next 10 to 15 years, as something that they need to do, because ultimately, under the International Maritime Organization standards that will be implemented, it measures their entire carbon emission footprint. So if they, even with a net out of the shore power, and FPL is a very efficient system when it comes to that, there's still the demand there. We did get the $850,000 that was noted. I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but we did receive on Tuesday notification that we're also getting $2.5 million from the Diesel Emission Reduction Act grant application. And then we have our big grant, which is $127 million, if I remember correctly, through the EPA Clean Ports Program that is pending.
Could you
Those are good things to get ahead of.
Yes.
That's
Indeed.
Could you comment on where Miami-Dade is on this? Because they seem to.
So I know that they went live earlier this year. I'm not sure I'm fully briefed on where they stand as of right now.
I would just be curious, I mean, if they're having all these concerns, I mean, it seems like they're moving ahead and, and we're kind of.
Right, so for us, I think the important thing to focus on will be when we do go with it, do we do a smaller batch to do some of our own localized trials and phasing that in the right way at the terminals where we're going to get the most utilization and provide the most value to our clients. And then make sure that we get from both an engineering and design perspective, but also a construction and installation perspective, any lessons learned we can then apply to the other terminals that we have in the port.
In your budget, I was looking to see how much you're budgeted for doing your master plan. I didn't see it in there. Anybody see it?
I'll take that one.
Okay.
So that's been budgeted previously,
Right.
And we're currently under contract with AECOM. They're the vendor, and we have a not to exceed amount of $960,000.
How often are we asking you to do a master plan?
We were directed several years ago, and when I say several, I'm going back probably 5 to 7 years.
By the county commission?
Yes, just as direction to update the master plan every 2 to 3 years.
Isn't that excessive?
If I could speak to my experience at, working at a variety of ports, I will say that is a very short timeline to let an existing master vision plan evolve and be executed before you potentially come in and make some adjustments. So the short answer is yes.
Okay, so I think as a body here, we may want to reconsider that. We're asking them to do a master plan every 2 years. That's
ridiculous.
Crazy.
The break in between those cycles, is indeed short, and then it seems like as soon as you put one version down, you're picking up the
Right.
next iteration.
So what is
comment.
more of what's the industry standard? Every 5, every 10?
What are you used to?
5 with updates?
5 with updates in
That makes
between
sense.
is what I've seen as the most standard. The 10 year, there's of course, so many unknowns. It's tough to really lock that in as a true plan that you can execute on. Yeah.
Okay, so
So 5 is
I think it's
the-
something
is
we
the
want to,
general.
I don't know how to go about
It's a-
doing that.
Well, we can bring that up at.
Okay, and then, so last question, is the Queen Conch issue that we're having to deal with the sand bypass, is the long-term deepening being affected by that as well?
I will pass it to our long-term deepening expert, David.
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
That is something that has been thrown into the mix
I know.
in the last 6 to 8 months, probably.
Right.
You know that the sand bypass project was awarded, and it's now stalled because
Right.
of the Queen Conch issue. So it's just another species along with other species of corals that are either threatened or endangered. And as time goes by, what we've seen is the list of either threatened or endangered species gets longer and longer and longer, which then obviously affects the timeline of the project.
So I guess my question is, how long delayed is that?
Well, so on the project itself, we did achieve a pretty significant milestone at the end of May. The Corps of Engineers submitted their biological assessment to National Marine Fisheries Service. And in addition to that, they submitted the water quality certificate application, which is the permit that's needed from FDEP at the same time. And what's happening now is we're going through what is very typical. It's a request for additional information on both of those items. But there is progress that's being made.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Fisher.
Just a really couple of questions. It's just really, not necessarily budget-wise, but, and Ben remembers this very well, and the team remembers very well in April of 2023, when we had the fuel issue, that was, how are we working to solve that issue? Remember, we had their generators and the resiliency issues was happening when the water was coming in. Is that being corrected? Do you know?
So Commissioner, I can speak to that. I did a tour of those facilities with the operator that's on the port property. And there have been some strong actions taken in terms of additional motors to ensure that once the water levels have cleared, because unfortunately the containment systems did their job in April of 23, right?
Correct.
They held
couldn't get
the
the
liquid in, but it
fuel
was the
out,
wrong liquid,
yeah.
right? So it was a matter of keeping up with that on the exiting side. So one thing that I was really impressed with that I saw during my tour was that the position of the motors in some of the facilities is being changed from a horizontal near ground position to a vertical position that will increase the height and keep them out of the water for a much longer period. So that, I think, is one significant change. It's not done on all of the infrastructure, but where it is done, gives them some resiliency and some business continuity that I think is of value.
Okay. And is the bypass road coming on well?
Progress is being made.
Okay, we're still on
I'm out there every day.
We're still on target for the projection?
I think that's probably more of a question for
It's-
county administration.
It's more of a public works
I know, but I
conversation,
just
but
wanna make
yes,
sure
the
that we are
answer is
still
yes.
targeting.
We are still absolutely targeting that. In fact, anytime, our entire team knows that if there is a small hiccup that is coming, don't wait till it gets to be
Good.
a big discomfortable feeling. You need to let us know so that we can, and this happened recently with an FP&L issue. I picked up the phone, the next day it was resolved. And it was something that the city had, because they're got parts of this as well. So this is, it's a very integrated and real-time type of audible play activity of a project. We're on top of it.
It's very important to my constituency
Yeah.
here, so thank you.
It's very, we're on top of it. It's important to all of his
No further
constituents.
questions, Mayor, thank you.
Customers as well.
Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, great. Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Morris. Thank you.
Great job, all of you. Yeah, thank you. Wait a minute, I think we're going to make one for Mark Yale. We don't want him to feel like the stepchild here. Okay, just shift here. You're going to go up. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, welcome. When was your last reception?
I told Monica you're supposed to let the old guy go first, in case I need to take a nap this afternoon or something.
They were
Mayor,
they were in the reception mode,
This
so,
is, this is my 9th time appearing for you for a budget.
Oh, wow.
How time flies.
He's a timeless treasure.
Yes, Mayor. Hand over that award now. I'll swing by and take it from you.
It's in my office. Okay, Madam Administrator, you're up.
So let's welcome Senor Mark Gale to present the fiscal year 25 recommended budget. Again, some of the rates and fees that you guys had in a set for public hearing earlier this morning is what will this budget is based on and predicated on, and a lot of the great work that he and his team continue to do and put great product, great experience, and great projects in front of us. So stop. After all this Joe Morris show, I gotta prop up Mark Gale. So, anyway, so as you all know and love Mark Gale and his team, so please, Mark, share the
Thank
good
you,
news.
County Administrator, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Always a pleasure being in front of you, even at budget time. I do want to carefully go into the budget presentation. If you've viewed it, you may see some things that may, on surface, aren't making entire sense. Unlike my great new colleague, Joe, who I'm really, really excited about working with in the years to come, and all the synergy that exists between the airport, the seaport, the convention center, and the CVB, we've always acted as these, these integrated economic engines on behalf of the county. And I think we have times when we're going to have pieces of our economic engines that are going to be a little bit stronger than the other, but that doesn't mean we're necessarily weak in any regard. And as we go through the presentation, you see the differences between what might be happening at the cruise port with maybe how strong cruise lines are versus some of the situations that our airlines find themselves in today. It's a different dynamic, and but at the end of the day, I think that I'll use, is Joe still here? He left, he went running. I'm just going to start using nautical terms to give him credit for those that sail. I do not sail, but you'll hear terms like tagging for sailors when you're trying to sail into the wind. You're still going to make forward progress, but you may have to take a few different strategies to be able to get yourself going forward. And I think that's where we're going to be as we go through the presentation. So also, like Joe, have a wonderful, wonderful team that is with me here today. You know, many of them are here. Our Chief Development Officer, our Chief Administrative Officer, folks from our finance unit. Noelia, you guys probably know Noelia. It says Office of Management and Budget, and I think that needs to be corrected. We permanently borrowed Noelia from the Office of Management and Budget to the airport, and I think they're still trying to get her back. But Noelia is here with me as our budget manager, working on things here at the airport. So if we can go forward, quick agenda. We'll touch upon some of the key budgetary highlights as we normally do. Airport activity. That's where we're going to spend a little bit of time looking at what the crystal ball says. Which then bleeds into financial performance, both in terms of FY24 as we round out this year and into FY25. Give you the highlights on key rates and charges. That's where I think things are going to be, something looks a little topsy-turvy here, but we'll be able to explain why that is. And then close out with some commentary on the capital improvement plan and things that we're working on. So next slide. Next slide. Oh, you go back to that. That's a view. I know Senator might know that view, possibly. That is from the Sky Club, Delta Sky Club, and Terminal 2, looking down in the cavernous area with all the new concessions that are in Terminal 2. If you haven't flown through there, it's beautiful. It's one of the blended type concepts where news, gift, retail, are all under one umbrella, if you will. So whether you want Brookstones or you want the Disney products on the left-hand side, you can shop and browse and pretty much get anything you want in that common area right there. I just let you enjoy that picture. So the airline activity. Fiscal year 24, total passenger enplanements are forecasted at 17.85 million, which is about 1.5% less than what we had budgeted. And you're going to ask, why is that? And then FY25's total passenger enplanements are budgeted at 17.59, which is 2.9% less than what we budgeted in this fiscal year. That, Commissioners, is largely due to what we're seeing in the airline industry and some of the headwinds that they're facing. So if you think about FLL and the great success that we've been able to achieve, particularly since the enactment of the South Runway. Sometimes we still refer to it as the new runway, but the runway, the South Runway, is actually celebrating its 10th anniversary this year. It's been open for 10 years, and it really transformed the ability of the airport to compete on a much greater scale with the likes of a large hub airport 22 miles to our south of us, but also large hub airports all around the country. But our air service portfolio for the longest time has always been dominated by low-cost carriers, and low-cost carriers are having a really difficult time right now. Whether you're talking about Spirit and JetBlue as our two largest carriers that make up approximately 50% of the market share, our third largest carrier, Southwest Airlines. Put those three of those together, we're in excess of 60% of our market share is on the low-cost carrier side. Each one of those airlines has experienced some significant difficulties this past year. If you start with the failed merger between JetBlue and Spirit back in the January timeframe, that kind of set things into motion, like what's going to happen between these two airlines. Both of them are working very, very hard to try to improve their financial conditions, particularly as it relates to liquidity. But they've been very clear in their quarterly earnings reports and their forecast outlooks that there is difficulty in the marketplace, particularly when it comes to leisure traffic and low-cost leisure traffic. There's a lot of competition in that marketplace. Some would say it's excess competition, and therefore, as they're chasing after it, the margins that they're looking to make get smaller and smaller and smaller. So while they're carrying a lot of people, they're not making a lot of money in that regard. In addition to that, both JetBlue and Spirit are having some issues with respect to aircraft engines, particularly with those that are made by Pratt & Whitney. That was discovered last year that a component in some of the Pratt & Whitney engines, particularly that fly on the Airbus A321, through some analysis, they determined that there were some contaminants in the powder metal that's made to make those engines on the fan blade stages. And as such, there is concerns about whether or not they're going to start to show signs of fatigue or failure earlier than later. And what that means for an airline like Spirit, who has approximately 200 airplanes in their fleet, they have to sit some of these airplanes down, and those engines have to be redone. But it's not just Spirit, and it's not just JetBlue that use these aircraft engines on these particular type of aircraft. It's airlines all over the world. So there's a tremendous backlog of airlines that are trying to get these engines reworked, and there's some supply chain issues. When you look at Spirit for the end of this year, in the fourth quarter of the year, they anticipate that they're going to have approximately 40 of their 200 airplanes just sitting and not flying. And that number may grow next year as they make their way through this process. JetBlue has a similar problem, but they are not as significant in terms of the numbers as Spirit. We're looking probably somewhere between 50 and 20 of JetBlue's airplanes that will be sitting towards the end of this year, and that number may also grow as we go into next year. Southwest has been facing different uphill battles. As those that fly Southwest know, they're a completely Boeing product. And Boeing's had its own issues, whether you want to deal with the 737 MAX issues. Commissioner Bogan may remember one or two things about that. And then recently, you know, the door plug blowout and some of the other issues that have been happening at Boeing. You're hearing different cries for Southwest to change their management at the very, very top with some of their top investors. All of these airlines that fly through our airport are experiencing some of those difficulties. JetBlue and Spirit, in particular, have made announcements that they're going to be deferring capital investments. JetBlue's last call indicated they're going to defer $3 billion in capital investments. Most all of that is going to be in aircraft acquisitions that they had on the books to come in, particularly in the larger A321 airplanes, that they're going to push them out. They're deferred out throughout the year 2030. Spirit also deferring some of those capital investments as well, and furloughed some pilots, all working to enhance their liquidity positions and move in different directions. Spirit is changing some of their product lines to also deal with some things, as is JetBlue, working to get back to the core in their mission, back to profitability, but also back to why did people fall in love with JetBlue years and years ago, and how do they get back to that? And they have a new CEO at the helm of JetBlue. Person who actually sat here with us several years ago, Joanna Garrity, is the new CEO for JetBlue. So I say that to kind of give context to when these numbers look to tail off into the fiscal year 25. It wasn't because we thought there's doom and gloom. It's that we're reading the industry, we're talking to our partners, we're understanding the headwinds that they're facing right now, and we're trying to be responsible by programming that back into our budgetary process as we go forward. We'll see potentially other airlines start to pick up a little bit of the slack. You might see some of the legacy carriers, you know, United, American, and Delta, pick up some slack there. You might see some of our other carriers, Allegiant, Frontier, Avelo, also pick up slack. But we really are watching with keen eyes what's transpiring with JetBlue, Spirit, and Southwest Airlines. Moving into financial performance, Based upon those headwinds, our total operating revenue is budgeted to decrease by 3.9% compared to the FY24 budget. And our operating expenses, because just general expenses, salaries, contract services, and the like, are increasing. And that's going to go up 4.6% compared to our budget. Net revenue is budgeted to decrease by 25.3% compared to last year's budget. And that's asterisks. And we did that for a purpose. If you all recall, when we went through some of the pandemic and COVID situations, the federal government availed financial relief to airports across the board. First CARES, then CRISA, then ARPA. On the ARPA fund, we exhausted CARES and CRISA earlier on in the 2021, 2022, 2023 timeframe. ARPA was a little bit later. I metered the ARPA into our rate model, not all at once, much like maybe what some of my business partners, airlines, wanted us to do, but we kept some of that in what we refer to as a rate stabilization fund. We're plugging that in this fiscal year up to the tune of $40 million for remaining ARPA funds that are going into the rate model to help stabilize where we are with the rates. So even though our traffic, when we get into the numbers, you'll see some of the total in-plane passengers going down and revenues possibly going down a little bit and expenditures going up, but you're going to see our metrics like the cost per enplanement going down. And you're going to say, how does that work? It's done largely through this injection of these remaining ARPA funds, and that's going to make it very important for us that as we go through FY25 and we get into FY26, that we don't jump up significantly at the end of that. I just wanted to point that out. So the cost per enplanement, again, for 2025 is budgeted at $8.84, which is $1.15 less than the fiscal year 24 budget CPE level. And our landing fees will also be decreased by 8%. $1.83 is the number that we're shooting to at FY24. Our portfolio. This depicts what I've just illustrated to you. You can see the FY24 budget, the third column from the right. Forecasting was at 18.12 million total enplanements. Blue is domestic, orange is international. We believe that number at the end of this fiscal year is going to come in at 17.85 million based upon the traffic that we've seen, all things being equal. We too are fingers crossed, knocking on wood, that Mother Nature doesn't provide any tropical activity that we have to deal with that may harm that number even further. And then going into the FY25 budget, we're forecasting currently 17.59 million. Now, if you take a look at the FY24 budget to the FY25 budget, again, that decrease of approximately 2.9%, while not a direction that we'd like to see it go, do not believe, number one, it's the end of the world, and number two, we still think that there's opportunity as we make our way through FY25, as we talk to additional airlines, both incumbents as well as potentially other airlines that currently don't fly Fort Lauderdale, that we can make up some of that ground. We're also hopeful that some of these issues that our major carriers are experiencing, that they're able to put some of those things behind them so that we can move forward and get back onto the path of prosperity there. Next slide. So FLL still currently ranks as the 17th busiest airport in the nation. 20th if you do it just purely on a domestic passenger traffic basis, 12th international passenger traffic. You have seen presentations from myself and or the county administrator. We talk about how we, number one, either are busier than this airport or that airport on an individual basis, but we also carry more international passengers than many airports you might know collectively or combined together. That usually grabs some attention. Our high water mark, just for that, the second to last bullet there, the high water mark for FLL in 2019 was 36.7 million passengers. So the FY24 number is expected to come in at 35.7. So while we're off from where we were at our high water mark, I don't think that we're terribly off, particularly given some of the circumstances that we're facing right now. And all of our traffic is metriced, and it's published by Airports Council International. That was the calendar year-end traffic. Next. That's, can you go back one second? For those, piece of artwork that we like to point out, beautiful terrazzo floor that is in Terminal 1 as you go from the garage on the C. Charlie bridge going in. We opened that up several months ago. Widely acclaimed and received. So if you get the chance to take a look at that, it's absolutely gorgeous. Next. So to understand this number, this slide we put together is just to show a year-over-year comparison. So the numbers in orange are last year's numbers. So just reading that across, in July of 2024, we had 250 daily domestic departures. In 2023, in the orange, that compares to 240 daily domestic departures. So we've increased the average daily domestic departures on a year-over-year basis by 10. We have one more city, 81 versus 80. But now we switch to the international side. And the international side is not where it was last year, and it's not where it was in 2019. There's a significant portion of this that, again, that is directly attributable to Southwest Airlines, who made the move to, or they made the decision to move their international flight activity to Orlando, where they have a very, very large domestic operation. And they feed the international flights with ones and twos and threes that are coming off of domestic flights. But also some of the issues that have been happening with JetBlue and Spirit Airlines. JetBlue has been very overt about their selection of where they're flying. They have made it no secret that they're going to any city destination pair that is not a performer is at risk. And I think, unfortunately, for some of our elected, some of our lobbying friends, the long-awaited but short-lived flight to Tallahassee was ended. And that they were very clear in their announcement that it was just to them it was a non-performer, and they're going to make these very difficult decisions as they continue their road to recovery, as they see recovery going forward. And then the daily departures going to 42 destinations versus 49, and in 20 different countries versus 25. That's a picture of our new food court area that's in Terminal 3 at the top of Concourse E. There's a third concession that is in that food court area, which is Dunkin'. I still call it Dunkin' Donuts, but it's referred to as Dunkin' now. The moment this picture was taken before it was opened up, but the moment it opened up, it was like a magnet. It became completely overwhelmed with passengers, which just demonstrates the demand for that, and it's going to enhance the revenue on the concession side significantly there. So our operating revenue by source, we take a look at the airline revenue going across again. You'll see the decrease from the FY24 budget for the airlines at $181 million down to $156 million. That's what we anticipate collecting from our airlines in FY25. Rental cars is another interesting industry. As we went into the pandemic, the rental car companies ditched a lot of their inventory. And for those that want to rent cars as we came out of the pandemic, you found that it was, number one, either hard to get a car. Number two, it was quite expensive. Number three, the car that you got was probably 3 years old or 4 years old, and it had 50,000 miles on it. The car manufacturers could not replace the inventory very quickly. There were problems with computer chips that need to go into every car. It took a while. That is now starting to catch up. We're seeing inventory in the rental car industry come back to where it was pre-pandemic. Cars are more readily available. The average daily rate that is being charged for a vehicle is coming down. We're seeing, which is a good thing, but it takes itself out in our budget sheet, going forward. So we still don't anticipate an increase on the FY24 forecasted actual at $79 million. We're forecasting nearly $82 million, but we can see that it's tightening up in that marketplace.
Parking is another area where you're going to notice a significant jump. 62 million was our budget. Well, we think we're going to come in at the 58 million. We're seeing some of the hit on the fewer passengers. But as we go forth, you say, well, how did you go from 58 to 76 million? Catch the asterisk down the bottom, includes an average 20% increase. We haven't finalized those numbers, and I need to vocalize that with the county administrator and then with you all. But we are currently way under market with respect to what we charge at our parking facilities, not just amongst airports. You know, garage parking at Port Everglades is $20. Right now, it's $15 at FLL, and it's in high demand. When we look at airports around our area, large hub airports in the state of Florida, there's generally 4 parking products, usually in a short term, a longer term or garage parking, a valet, and then possibly a remote or economy. Most airports have 2 or 3, but generally they don't have all 4 parking products. We have 3, which are the short term, the long term or garage, and valet. Our current valet rate is at 25. When you look at Miami or Orlando, those rates are at 35, $10 more, and 39. When you look at garage parking, Miami's at $25 a day in garage parking. We're currently at 15. So we know that our rates are off. They haven't been adjusted in nearly 10 years. And that was more just an adjustment on how they were being charged within the hour, but the rates really for a longer term hadn't changed. We might not have fully adjusted the rates for FLL since 2007, 17 years ago. So we're due for a change here. And with expenses increasing both in terms of parking management and upkeep on garages and whatnot, this is one that we really need to press on. Concessions, we believe, will continue to do well going forward, above the FY24 budget into FY25, and other revenue will stay relatively flat in there. Next. The revenue diversity from a fiscal year to a fiscal year, I think the noticeable issue here is non-airline revenue, the things that we're not getting directly from the airlines, accounts for 61% of our total operating revenue in FY25 versus 56% in FY24. You can see the airline went from 44% down to 39%. Again, there's a big piece of this that's going to be attributable to the infusion or the injection of the ARPA dollars into the rate model as we go forward. On our expense side of the house, salary and wages and benefits staying roughly the same for FY24 and FY25, 73 million. There are outliers as we go down to see where we are paying more for certain things, and we'll go to the next page in a second here, but you can see law enforcement, fire rescue, discussions that we've had about increases in sheriff's office expenditures, 48 million up to 59 million, or 22% increase. That is the largest increase that we have. We do see other increases from time to time in contractual services. Some of these are just largely attributable to what is baked into the requirements of the contract. Next. Notable increases, 800,000 or just under $1 million in janitorial due to the contractual rate increase. The 4.4 million in the shuttle services was a huge one. And I do want to give a huge shout out to George Tablak and his team, the county administrator, for working with us to bless what we did. We were leasing our buses through Keolis on a long-term arrangement under a 10-year deal, and Keolis was leasing those buses from the bank. We had an opportunity to buy those buses, and working with the county, we're able to secure those buses so they are now a county asset, and we were able to greatly reduce the amount of money that we pay for those buses. They had significant value left, but instead of paying, let's say, $415,000 a month for lease fees for 50 buses, we only pay $125,000 a month. And that would not have happened if it wasn't for Monica Tablak and Office of Management and Budget working with us to get this deal done. That positive gain was really almost wiped out by the service increase that we had to pay to Gillis to operate and maintain the buses. We had to sit down and negotiate their rate increases, and that's what you see here was a $4.4 million increase in shuttle services due to contractual rate. They were ready to kind of walk away if they weren't able to get the money they felt they needed in order to operate. This particular contract is going to go back out on the streets for RFP. We're working on that right now to see whether or not we have the ability to lower the rate that we have to pay for those services. There's not a lot of companies that operate in this space. There's a few, but we can't just allow this to continue to escalate without an attempt to see whether or not we can get competition to lower the rate going forward. 1.4 million increase in parking management, the 10.9 million in law enforcement and fire rescue, driven by the increases that you see there, with the big one being in the capital. Insurance going higher due to higher premiums, and then the catch-all that we have a lot of different things in other maintenance equipment and supplies, just general increases across the board. Our debt service coverage to make sure that we maintain compliance with our debt service requirements. Take a look at our FY25 budget, the second green column. We're anticipating that our operating revenues at $400 million, operating expenses coming in at $311 million. That gives us a net revenue of $88 million. Interest income added back in there, and then what you see there is called residual carry forward / COVID grant release. So that's the $40 million of the ARPA funds that I've talked about, and what we refer to as a carry forward. What we take from what drops to the bottom line in FY24 that we anticipate that there's an excess there, and we push that forward into FY25, and that helps reduce the rates across the board for our airlines. That gives us the funds available for debt service, $176 million. Non-PFC, this is debt service. Non-PFC debt service is currently at $124 million. But we also pay debt service with our PFCs directly. They're leveraged and backed by our PFC streams that come in, and that is approximately $48 million a year that we pay in debt service with PFCs. So our coverage component, we have to maintain that minimum 125% under our covenant. Will be at 141% this year. Passenger facility charge. My apology, Vice Mayor. So as you know, it's a user fee when you fly pretty much out of any airport. Airports have asked permission from the FAA. It's under congressional authorization that a user fee is built into what is in your ticket price when you buy it. So while it looks like it goes to the airlines collect that, and then they are obligated to remit that to the airport. And then we take in approximately $4.50 per enplanement. The two levels were $3 and $4.50. We have to ask for permission to collect at different levels for different types of projects that we would use it for. Unfortunately, Vice Mayor, that rate has not changed since the year 2000. And despite 25 years of efforts from airports to try to get an increase in that, because $4.50 does not buy in the year 2025 what it bought in the year 2000, it's probably worth about $2.30 right now. Unfortunately, the airlines and their lobbyists have fought this successfully and have beaten it back, and we continue to try. But that is an actually fabulous way to pay for projects at the airport. I'll give you an example of what we use PFCs for, where we benefited as an airport, but our airline community also benefited, is when the runway was constructed, the south runway was constructed. The FAA issued a letter of intent for $250 million towards that runway construction. The balance, some $700+ million, was paid for by PFCs. Over the course of X number of years. So that's not debt service that's going directly to the rate base and charged to the airline. So, next slide. So again, to wrap up on key rates and charges and planements, looking at 17.5, nearly 17.6 million in payments in FY25. Our landing fee will go down from $1.99 to $1.83. That's a decrease of 8%. Our terminal space rent will go from $202 down to $179. That's an 11.6% decrease. Our FIS fee is currently sitting at $13. The FIS fee is what airlines have to pay in order to have passengers processed through the Federal Inspection Services area. That's FIS. When you come in internationally and you're processed at one of our two areas, one in Concourse A, Terminal 1, and the other in Terminal 4, the FIS processing fee is $13. That's going down to $12. We look to do that to try to keep ourselves competitive on the international side, because that's where we were losing some traffic on our numbers there. And then the cost per plane passenger, which is an aggregate across the board, will go from the $9.99 in FY24 to $8.84 in FY25, or a $1.15 decline, or 11.5% drop. These types of changes in numbers make our airline community happy when they see lower rates, highly competitive rates to what is being paid at other airports. Makes us more attractive from that respect. One of the things, again, the reason why we could do what we're doing here is to inject those remaining ARPA dollars to artificially stimulate those things. It's our job now to really watch as we go through FY25 what happens in FY26. Couple of slides on the capital improvement plan. So the FY25 budgeted CIP, or capital improvement plan, sits at just under $135 million. We break that out into, of that $135 million, how much is going to hit the rate base for the airlines, which generally includes cash, what we refer to locally in the airport as BCAD cash, things that we can charge the airlines for replacement and renewal projects, for things that just need general maintenance, and bonds, or more specifically, would end up being debt service from bonds going forward. And then the non-rate base, things that we spend in our capital program that don't hit the airlines directly. So those PFCs that I talked about, Vice Mayor, FDOT grants, FAA grants. And you can see by the pie chart, overwhelmingly, the money that we anticipate spending on the FY25 is not hitting the rate base of the airlines, which we think is a good thing. There will be, and you'll see it in a minute here, where it will hit going forward as we ask them to support major capital program projects. Next. Oh, my bad. Thanks for reminding me, Noelia. For those that had the presentation, we unfortunately made a slight error in this slide. This is the new slide 18. The hard copy, or the electronic version that was emailed out previously, had an old slide. We apologize for that, but this is the correct slide. And if you'd like, we can get you an additional hard copy afterwards. And we'll update it online as well. So our CIP, broken down by area in which we do work. The largest part being terminals at 38%, or $51 million. This is just for FY25, followed by the airfield at 32%, and then the other categories come in underneath. The total capital budget by funding source, again, you can see PFCs are taking care of the lion's share. FAA and FDOT, also those areas that, those funding sources that do not hit the rate base for the airlines, and then just cash and bonds, roughly totaling 30% of the FY25 capital budget. The 5-year look ahead, with the major breakout categories that we use at the airport here, as well as including North Perry in that figure. You can see it rounds up to that $134.6 million for FY25. The numbers going out into the FY 27, 28, and 29 timeframes are getting large, and that's when you're going to start to see the big projects that we have under the master plan starting to come into play. So the automated people mover system, the intermodal center in particular, the landside pieces that we've had heavy focus on, and we have a couple of slides here to close out with respect to that. But the 5-year total right now sitting at $3.2 million on the capital program. This just gives you, if you had any questions, we're happy to answer it. There's a lot of numbers on that page, but that just breaks it down into the project for 2025, what its funding source is specifically in terms of cash, bonds, PFCs, FDOT, FAA, AIP is Airport Improvement Program, ENT is entitlement. That is a formula by which the airport gets grant money from the FAA on a normally prescribed basis annually. And then FAA, AIP, DIS is discretionary. That means that we compete with other airports for discretionary dollars that become available for projects that we think are important. We make our pitch to the FAA that we're deserving of federal discretionary dollars. That's just the 5-year pie chart. Again, both by area and by funding source. I think what's most notable on that is on the funding source, you'll see $2.7 billion in bonds. That is the ongoing discussion of how do we fund that over the course of the 5 years. I've mentioned to commissioners that the airport currently resides in a residual-based deal with our signatory airlines. We have 10 signatory airlines. That deal started actually in 2011. It was a 5-year deal. It was extended in 2014 for 10 years after its proposed expiration date from 2016 to 2026. So the current residual deal that we have with the airlines runs out through 2026. That arrangement, the airlines serve as the financial backstop for the airport when things are bad, much like they were in the pandemic, and we didn't collect enough revenue. The airlines had to get out their checkbooks and write checks. The downside of that is the airlines, as a result of taking on the financial backstop, currently have authorization or approvals on capital programs going forward that we're going to fund with bonds in particular. I've been in negotiations/discussions with our airline group now for several months. Things are moving in the right direction, I believe, for them to support certainly the front-end projects on the intermodal center and the APM. And then we're also looking into the rest of the phase 1, which is the terminal expansion and a bunch of other projects, which takes us into the several billions of dollars. We hope to get some of that negotiation completed here by year's end to be able to make some decisions, go forward. Given my opening comments with current financial state of some of those airlines, at least anyway, you can imagine their conversations are tricky, but they are remaining positive, and I think we're moving in the right direction. Quick updates on the intermodal center. As we reported previously, so we currently do have a draft, what's referred to as a PDD, or a program definition document, in the works. We anticipate completing that draft by December of this year. We are in the NEPA process, which is something that is a requirement for us to do. Many of you recall we were able to kind of break the airport free and get the ability to move forward to do the environmental work necessary for our projects separately, with the FAA serving as the lead agency on that. There was a draft environmental assessment document released for public comment on July 22nd, 2024. I think I sent a note to all the board members on that. That was open for 30 days. Today should be the closing day for that. And then we'll have an actual public workshop, which is another requirement for us, where the public is invited in. We'll walk them through the storyboards, give them any information that they need on these 2 projects, the Intermodal Center and the APM. That's going to take place on August 27th at the Ian Kolb Nature Center, much like what we've done in the past, where folks can come in and comment. Once all of that is done and now all those comments are received in, we're required to address all those comments with the FAA before they can take their final actions on issuing what we hope will be a finding of no significant impact on the environmental assessment. That would then clear the way for us to move forward with these programs from an environmental perspective. Still have to do permitting, still have to fund them, still have to do all the things that are necessary to do, but we have to get over these environmental hurdles first. The cost, when we gave you before, $835 million, but with escalation and inflation and whatnot, we're continuously looking at those costs, and we'll advise you as we get new numbers in and have better confidence in where all this is going. When we do start to construct, we anticipate that we'll complete in the 2029 timeframe. And then on the APM, the next slide, we had completed the program definition document. The design criteria package is underway. We believe that this project, I will bring that to you with Monica's approval, to be handled in a solicitation fashion that most likely will be a design, build, operate, maintain, much like almost every other automated people mover system at an airport in the country has been done. The NEPA process is being done as one NEPA, one environmental assessment for both the APM and the IMC, along with other landside roadway type projects that we needed to get covered in there, following the same prescribed completion for 2024, and then the completion would be in the year 2030 for the construction for the intermodal center. Estimated cost was $855 million, but much like the IMC, we're constantly looking at that and revising it with escalation inflationary pressures pressing up against us. So with that, I think that brings us to the end, and happy to answer any questions. If I can't, hopefully a member of my team could. So, Mayor?
I'll take her.
Go ahead. You're next. Mark.
You were talking about how'd you phrase it? The Spirit, JetBlue, experiencing these challenges of the deal not going through with the merger, and other shifts in this industry. How, in particular, Spirit, how's that going to impact us with our expansion in the new terminal, since it was pretty much all catered around Spirit?
When you say new terminal, you mean Terminal 5?
Yeah.
Well, that's, the original plan was for, after the terminal was constructed, the two airlines that were looking to grow significantly, they were really the impetus for Terminal 5, but backed by all the other airlines, I should say, in a vote, unanimous, was to actually have Spirit go into Terminal 5. But in the process of doing so, they would probably yield or we would really, take back some of the gates that they used in Terminal 4, and they would be made available to JetBlue, because both JetBlue wanted to grow and Spirit wanted to grow. When the merger was announced, we kind of said we need to take a step back, because one of the things that you may recall, Commissioner, where the DOJ was pressing hard and JetBlue was putting on the table was, we will voluntarily give up gates, to which I said, they're not your gates to give up, which they finally admitted. Yes, you're right, Mark. They're not your gates. They belong to the county. We will give up real estate and make that available to another airline for competition to come in. That's kind of where we reside right now, Commissioner, is that there is no set tenant right now for Terminal 5. But we do believe demand will be sufficient in order to fill that terminal. We have a separate document that we had to produce and submit to the FAA for approval. Is what is known as an airport competition plan. When Spirit and JetBlue individually hit 50%, combined 50% market share, it triggered a requirement for us to file this document with the FAA, or we would not have been able to get any additional federal funding from the FAA until we showed them how we handle our facility and try to make room for everybody in our facility. And we don't show favoritism, or we don't block anybody from coming into the airport. We have to abide by that document, or we will risk under grant assurances and federal funding going forward. So as we get closer to Terminal 5 coming to completion, we'll be looking at maybe it makes sense to move airlines from Terminal 1 over to Terminal 5. It may look, who's the healthiest at that particular point in time. They're just decisions that are going to be difficult to lock in as we sit here today. But the equipment that's going to go into Terminal 5 will be such common use equipment, we can put anybody in there. It won't be proprietary to the airline that goes in there.
Okay. My other question would be on the same pretty much issue of the expansion of the growth of that terminal. New economic opportunities will present themselves. I know you're working with Sandy, his department, and how that's going to look. And then we still have the county's minority, disadvantaged, and women-owned opportunities. How's that looking realistically? Sometimes we go down that path, but then the closer we get to the end, there wasn't enough of these certifications to meet that. I know we still have to meet the goal. I get that, but how are we looking is what I'm asking.
When you say opportunities, Commissioner, are you referring to, let's
Concessions,
say, concessions? Yeah.
all the other areas where we say
Yeah.
we're going to meet these benchmarks.
So my team is already drafting the RFP that would come before the commission for the concession opportunities for Terminal 5. That has generated a lot of interest already from
I'm
both,
sure.
from both incumbents that are at Fort Lauderdale, but as well as people, companies that are operating in other airports across the country, as well as in an airport world, the certification and operating in that area is referred to as an AC DBE or an airport concession DBE. They have to have those certifications. It has generated a significant amount of interest from AC DBEs. That would all be captured in the RFP, blessed by the commission before it's put on the streets.
Okay. And we'll get reports on where we are, benchmarks or something, Monica, how we're doing in those areas. And I know we get them when we ask or when you think it's necessary, but I would like to track this as we continue the to fruition or to having the final product in place.
Yeah, for T5, as we move forward, for sure, we will do that to make sure you guys are aware of where we are in the process as well. So
That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Rogan.
Hey, Mark, just a couple quick things. Back to what Commissioner was just talking about on your comments on JetBlue. I thought they're adding flights. I've noticed JetBlue, they've been adding flights to longer destinations. Are you saying that they're going to be, because of the problem with the Pratt & Whitney, they're going to be cutting back?
From a system-wide, we believe that they're going to be relatively flat. They have forecasted no system-wide growth for the airline for this year. They are still going to take some deliveries of new airplanes next year and the folling year, but they're going to be smaller.
I'm just talking about FLL.
For here, what they're doing is they're focusing in on, and they made comment to what made JetBlue lovable, where was our bread and butter, if you will, in previous years when we came up. And one of the areas that they focused on was what they referred to as high-value leisure market traffic. And so traffic to the Caribbean and things along those lines. And FLL was called out as one area that could, as they rearrange flights and they drop flights out from other city pairs across the nation, we could be the beneficiary of that. But they're also facing aircraft issues. They're facing liquidity issues. They're, as I said, they're deferring CapEx expenditures. So I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of flight activity coming from them in the short term. But we're staying in touch with them, and we hope that they continue to, as they emerge, continue to put more and more flight activity in here.
Yeah, no, one of the pilots is a friend of mine, and he was telling me they're adding more Mint and more this and more flights, and I just when you're saying, I didn't know if that was
they've added, remember pre-pandemic, and we didn't put the 2017, 18, 19 slides, but JetBlue was the #1 airline, market share airline here. They had publicly professed that they wanted to go to 140 departures a day out of Fort Lauderdale. And then the pandemic hit. So that flight activity might now be at 75 or 80 right now.
And is Pratt & Whitney, are they used just on Airbus, or is it both Boeing and Airbus?
They're used on a variety of different airplanes, but the one that has the issue is particularly hung, as I understand it, on the Airbus A321neo aircraft. I think in JetBlue's aircraft delivery book, they had 55 321s on order. They have deferred 44 of those 55, as I recall, and taking delivery of only 11 of those airplanes in the next 5 years.
So if we bought the buses, back on the Keolis, if we bought the buses, why do we need Keolis? Why do we need anybody? They're just driving little buses in a shuttle, right? I mean, we're not even, we have obviously a huge transportation system.
Right.
We're talking about a bus driver driving, a shuttle. Why don't we just use our own employees and save millions of dollars?
Well, I was going to wait for the
It's obviously
county administrator to answer it, but
dumb
I would
question,
say they do more than just drive the buses. They maintain the buses for us. They have a full maintenance facility that they maintain the buses for us
But we
as
have
well.
maintenance facilities for our buses.
Yeah.
Why don't we
Yeah.
why don't we utilize and share that so we cut our costs down?
So if I will chime in here. So it's something that, at the time that the lease conversation was happening, we explored. We were having, and we continue to have, somewhat of a challenge to get bus drivers also, even for our regular transit system. It's just a market, the thousands of people that we employ, and the bus operators. So that is something that we will look at, and it's just like anything else. When we're looking at utilizing vendors for different activities, when the cost becomes there's a tipping point, right? And so that's an analysis that we will be looking at.
Aren't you at that tipping point already?
Actually, the analysis would probably bear that the current contract rates are fairly competitive. And one other thing that I want to keep in mind a little bit longer term is that as we pursue the automated people mover, and which is why we were leasing the buses to begin with, the automated people mover, we were supposed to do away with the buses. So we'd still have to have some buses left to be able to handle
that's
remote.
Isn't that years away?
Well, 5 years.
Yeah.
5 years. And that's where we were with the decision when we first went into to lease the buses before the pandemic. The automated people mover system would have been completed in the year 2025, 2026, but because the pandemic pushed everything back by 3 or 4 years, that's what we're.
Yeah. And I just wanted, I know Monica said it, but just, thank you for everything you do. You do such a great job, and
Thank you, Commissioner.
appreciate everything.
I just want to follow up on that. Is there a different rate scale with what Keolis bus drivers make versus if the county were to have this contract? I mean, or do this in-house?
You want to go?
Yeah, sure.
There's-
So, go ahead, you go. You go. Go ahead.
No, one of the things when we were negotiating with Keolis, what the rate of increase was going to be, what they wanted versus what we were willing to pay, and there were many times thrown about what the rates were at other airports, or they provide service to, but also what was being paid to drivers for Broward County Transit. When I say I think that we're competitive. Where something might start to differ is there's a management overview of this to make sure that we have 49 buses, and they're running different routes and different things along those lines, and 24/7 to the management of that. And then, of course, they're not going to do it just to break even. There's a profit factor that has to go in there as well. That wouldn't necessarily be the case on the transit side of the house.
And on this particular analysis, during that conversation, we did look at it, and it was, when Mark said it was competitive, to bring it all in-house, even if we could staff up, it would have been more expensive for us to do it because of the benefits and all the whole wraparound overall cost to the county. So it's that balance again. It's the whole thing with bus operators, security guards, like that whole conversation of, we're getting close on a couple of areas where it's going to be soon probably cheaper for us to do it in-house on a lot of different fronts with services that we contract out with different companies, so.
Well, it might be better if
Yep.
people get benefits and
Yep.
things as
So-
well. So it's something to consider here
Yep.
with our issues in the county of housing and so forth. So.
Yeah.
Commissioner Rogers, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark, my question is easy, right? When you were talking about capital and having planes just laying waiting for repairs or parts or all of those things, as it relates to human capital, do you all have discussion as to the aging of these pilots or the workforce itself? You know, I did not hear that mentioned at all.
Yeah.
Talking about the planes, but they're
That's
flown by
a-
someone.
That's a
Where's
great
that
point.
conversation?
That's a great point, Commissioner. So every airline has experienced issues with respect to their flight crews. As we were coming out of the pandemic, it was recognized that in any given year, there's a pipeline of pilots that comes out that only generates maybe 5,000 or so pilots a year. But the shortfall was in the tens of thousands, and how fast could they fill that? Some airlines actually created their own flight academies within there. Our conversations with the airlines, I think Spirit is no different. We're in heavy negotiations with their pilots unions in terms of what the pilots were being paid. And what we saw happening in industry is somebody would sign, let's say, with a low-cost carrier and is being paid $200,000, $300,000 a year as a pilot. But because a larger airline, a legacy carrier, could pay them more, they came and they plucked them out. That has created a lot of difficulty for the airlines. They constantly have to go back in, and that's driving their operating cost. That's one of the things that, as they chase business, and some of the larger airlines, the legacy carriers in particular, have gotten better at competing for leisure market traffic, and the low-cost carriers are flooding the market, trying to make some money here. Their operating costs are going up at the exact same time. So the pilot shortage, I think, is catching up a little bit, but there's still a lot of what some would consider excess capacity in the leisure market, and it's making it very, very tough, I think, for the low-cost carriers to make a profit right now.
Okay, I want to speak to industry professionals just around us. And having those conversations, they decided that they would help to create their own workforce.
Yeah.
All right? So we have colleges, universities, they have gone out and partner with different entities to train their workforce. So is that happening that you're aware of? Because we know Miami does have a project that I think we can look at, see what they're doing to help. And I know a few kids, young people, and not just kids, that participated from Broward County. I know of homeless people. When you say homeless, not that they're on the street per se. You're just not in your own home. You know, you're staying someplace that's participating, but it's not in my county. So that's why I asked the question, what are we doing to energize the workforce, train the workforce, preparing that workforce, like we're doing with private sector, restaurant, and other businesses here in Broward County?
Well, we don't have a pipeline per se for our own needs at the airport. I will say we have a job fair that we've done for several years coming up here on August 28th over at the Convention Center. We already have over 500 registered attendees coming and 22 employers so far that have who have agreed to participate in that. We've had great success in this in years past to try to match up those that are looking for employment. But with respect to pipelines in particular areas that we can be of assistance, I think we'll probably have to double back and work with you on that, Commissioner, to get your ideas on that.
Very good. Thank you. And also, I know Sandy will answer this question one day. Airport concession DB, want to see how that looks. I know of the other DBAs, just airport concession, to see how that one works. Thank you.
He has a
All
whole
is well.
tutorial for that.
Yeah.
It's its own thing, if you will, and it falls underneath federal guidelines.
Yeah.
Yep.
Senator Geller, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first, Commissioner Rogers, and to all the other commissioners, I've been working on trying to get more jobs in the skilled trades for the last 7 or 8 years. We have quarterly meetings. Our next meeting is in the commission chambers next Wednesday. If you'd care to attend, I'd invite any of the others. These are televised, so I just want to make sure they're online, they're in the commission chambers. That does meet sunshine, right? Okay, so if any of the, assuming that we can, if any of the commissioners, our next meeting, we meet quarterly. We work very closely with Sandy Michael McDonald on this, is next Wednesday. Hi, Mark, how are you?
Senator, how are you?
Okay, the first thing I'd like to say is, wow, you gave, without looking at notes, a master's level or PhD level class in this. It was just truly a pleasure to listen to somebody with that much knowledge talking without reading off of a script on everything, and you are to be commended for that.
Thank you, sir.
I have a couple questions. First, to go back to a question that Commissioner Bogan was talking about specifically with JetBlue, I'd also read that they were expanding international flights up to Europe. And is it that Fort Lauderdale is simply too far from most European destinations, so they have to fly from Boston or JFK, or are they flying from Miami?
JetBlue is flying from the Northeast, and
because it's closer.
On one of the quarterly earning calls, when they announced that they were going to defer these long-range aircraft, that question was asked by an analyst: how does that affect your long-haul international operation? Those A321, particularly what they call an XLR or extended long-range aircraft. We looked at that with JetBlue. In fact, we were trying to convince them that it was actually a good deal. It's right at the very edge of the range of the aircraft, but that was one of the things that we remain very interested in, to connect Fort Lauderdale to Europe with our partners at JetBlue if we can.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Next, you were talking about parking. You and I had spent a lot of time on the Turo situation.
Yeah.
Is there an update on that you can give me?
Sure. We, as you may recall, I was fairly insistent that I thought that Turo, as we had previously classified them as a rental car company, should be operating in a location in the rental car facility.
We had worked on this
spot,
with county attorney's office.
Signage and a dedicated area. They didn't like it at first, but I got an update last week on this from our individual that oversees that area. He's walked the area with Turo. They actually are loving it. They think it's great. So much so that when you compare things on a metric, they're not a Hertz level. But when you start getting into what's the average transaction rate and what they are competing with some of the on-airport rental car companies very, very efficiently in that regard. So,
and the county is getting our...
Yes, we still get, the 10% of gross on there. We still, from time to time, find Turo operators that are operating where they're not supposed to be. And we've worked with Turo on that and said, if we get the license tag, we want you to take action against these folks because they really need to be in an area that we can monitor and understand what's transpiring there. But it's going very well right now, as I understand.
Excellent. You had showed a very substantial increase in law enforcement in next year's budget. And I know... And the county administrator may direct you not to respond to my question, but which would be okay. I can chat with you privately about it. I know that there had been discussion about doing a Broward County Airport / Seaport law enforcement separate from BSO. Is that anything that you can discuss, or county administrators is something he should not discuss.
He's happy to, he's more than willing to discuss it. He and I have been discussing this.
I know, that's why I'm
And so
asking.
what I'll do is at least share with you where we are as a result of Mr. Melton's audit of the BSO contract at Aviation. As you may recall, I believe it was, I think the very first recommendation was suggesting that it would, be appropriate for us to look at this as a potential option. So what we're looking at to do is to maybe, pay some visits to some of our the sister airports around the country that have successful operations like this. What I have also shared with you all, because if it ends up that this is a viable option for you all to consider and for us to consider as a county, it only makes sense to look at it in a more robust nature also. We have an airport and a seaport. Many operations around the country do those types of things, and there's some synergies to be able to move folks around, particularly with our two ports, seaport and airport being so close in proximity geographically. It's something to just, obviously we would be negligent if we didn't look at all of those options. Same time, we're also, engaged right now looking at transportation at a police type of unit that could help with some security issues that we've been seeing. So there's a lot of needs. You guys see it in our budget conversations. We've got parks, we've got libraries, we've got a lot of security needs throughout the county operations. So this is something that we are literally about to embark on. I think what we will also see is not just pay some visits, but also be looking at maybe some consulting companies that actually have done this type of exact analysis around the country, and to help us in that analysis. So that is in motion. He probably is going to pinch me and say, "Wait, why did you say so much?" But that is the that's where we are.
Okay. I offer no opinion as to whether that's a good idea or a bad idea, but I would like to be kept, as I'm sure all the other commissioners, we'd all like to be kept informed on that so we can
We absolutely
be able
will
to
do
respond.
that. In fact, we don't know if it's a good idea or a bad idea either. Honestly, we're going to take the recommendation to look at it, and that's where we are.
Okay. Next question, and I'm almost done this one and one more. We're discussing intermodal and the APM. Do we need aerial rights from the railroads for those, or just for the airport seaport convention center connector? Do we need aerial rights from railroad for the APM and the intermodal? And if so, do we have them?
We need aerial rights for the APM to cross at two separate locations that would connect to the intermodal center.
And I'd ask if we have them, but I know since we've been asking since before I was on the commission, and that I'm willing to bet we still don't have them, or we'd have heard. So accurate?
We do not have them at this moment, no.
Okay. Last question. You were talking about the problems that the low-cost airlines are having, and this is just it's somewhat philosophical, but it's important. I'm old enough to remember what happened, I don't know, a couple weeks ago when you had the computer glitch, or when there's a bad rainstorm or something. Planes were typically flying 75% full. You could make reservations the same week, and if there was a problem, you could rebook pretty quickly. These days, if there is a problem, you can have to wait 2, 3, 4 days or more to get to where you're going, because all of the planes are 100% full. We no longer have any resiliency in the airlines, and I know it's better that they're flying at 95% or 98 or 102% capacity with people strapped to the wings, but it may not be the best idea to have the lack of resiliency. Do you see that at all changing?
Not much, Senator, to be honest with you. I think I'll go back to my days of the recession in 2007, 2008 timeframe, and all of the airlines back then took a terrific punch and were essentially bailed out from going under back then. And without naming the specific airline CEO, he's now since retired, but ran one of the largest airlines in the world, made a very public comment that they would never allow them to get put in that position again as they did during the recessionary period. And the way that they were going to do that was to control capacity. And I think the airlines are really trying to work hard to control capacity and keep their costs under control. My comments relative to the low-cost carriers and the excess capacity in that leisure market, you're not necessarily chasing after a business passenger. You're chasing after a leisure passenger with a particular price break point, and you're trying to undercut Commissioner Fisher and the low that you know I like him too. Everybody keeps trying to go a little bit lower, but those margins are getting so thin. I didn't put it in the presentation, but we went back, and if you take a look at their net income and more importantly their net loss year over year right now since 2019 timeframe, it's significant. And cash reserves can only carry so much. So there's a lot of analysts that think that there's something's going to shake out of where all this goes. Our certain airlines going to go out of business, and I don't want to read too much into consolidation, where somebody says, well, we're only going to have 3 airlines again at some point in time. I don't believe that to be the case. The DOJ fought and won in court against the merger for JetBlue and Spirit. But on the other hand, I think that Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines just cleared a major hurdle. It looks like they might be allowed to merge out there. So it's weird how some of these are being challenged and some aren't. But I do think that capacity is going to stay fairly tight in the years to come.
Thank you, Commissioner McKenzie. Thank you, Mr. Gale, and thank you,
He
Madam
told me
Mayor.
if that was the only way he was going to be able to get home, he'd do it.
So, just very quickly, so my comments, and I don't want this to come across the wrong way, but I think that I think that some concept of slowing the level of growth at FLL is not a bad thing right now, because I think as a user of the airport, that airport is just stretched to its seams right now. It's hard to move around the airport. It's hard to drive around the airport. Very difficult to get in and out of the airport. So I'm not totally unhappy that there's not some leveling off and some different type of passenger mix coming through FLL. And I mean, the airlines, the legacy carriers overbuilt leisure travel, so it's putting a tremendous squeeze on all of the low-cost airlines. And I think us being a low-cost type airline airport, we're going to feel the brunt of it for a little while, but I'm not sure if that's the worst thing in the world right now as we catch up to a lot of the construction and stuff that needs to be done at FLL for passenger experience. That's my first comment. My second comment is, I don't think that there's really any way in the world, and I've said this at a couple of these workshops over the last few years, and Commissioner Geller brought it up as well. We need to figure something out with public safety at the airport and the seaport, because those numbers are going up so fast. And it's just going to be, we're seeing it in our general budget as well. Those numbers are going up so fast that we need to take a step back and look at what the best way to provide that service. Add that to the fact that when you're at the airport, the complaint I get most from my constituents is around that parking lot and cars stopping and not having enough of a presence there to make that happen. So I'm glad that you're doing that. I think that we should have been doing it, and I know it takes a while. And let's see what the evidence looks like as we move forward with that process. I don't know if I'm totally into applying every agency across the county with that, but certainly a Port Authority type of facility that has the airport, seaport, and convention center, I would like to look at. The last thing, and I don't know if you know the answer to this, when Spirit, which is our hometown airline, and it's headquartered here, when they do put their fleet into extended maintenance that they're going to have to do, what type of toll will that take on the physical plant at FLL and on our airport? These planes aren't going to just sit here at FLL, are they?
No, that's not the plan. And it also, when we say, 40 or more airplanes coming out of service, doesn't necessarily mean that, again, to my earlier comments, that the entire system-wide network is going to go down evenly or flying is going to be constrained evenly. The airline is going to move the aircraft to the flights that they're going to be able to make money and compete very, very well, which we believe, again, they've repeatedly said, Ted Christie and company repeatedly, that, not only is FLL their hometown, but it's their largest base of operations, and they continue, I think, to do well here. So while you may see some city pairs out of FLL maybe be discontinued at some point in time, I think others may pick up frequencies, maybe not new cities, but maybe frequencies to popular cities.
Okay, but we won't feel the that's fine, that it would fluctuate on service routes in and through FLL, but what about actual use of FLL facility with planes that are out of service?
We haven't had an extensive conversation. It would not surprise me that we are able to have that conversation with Spirit to see if we can accommodate some of their planes being on the ground while, but I think that they're taking them to maintenance locations that can handle not only the dropping of the engine, repair the engine, and put the engine back on.
Got it.
That's not intended to be taking
That's
place
not
here.
something that's going to be done here. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Mark, you said something early on that you were talking about I guess it's the signature contract being up in 2026?
Signatory airlines.
Signatory airlines being up in 2026.
Correct.
I guess the question is that something that we are going to be looking at? And I say that because I understand some of the pros and cons of that. But from observing it for 10 years now, it seems to have slowed down some progress considerably. Because I feel like we're handcuffed a little bit by the airlines in how we progress onto major decisions. We're having to essentially wait for their approval.
Right.
And we've had some major decisions that we've been wanting to get going. Everything from the people mover to the intermodal center to where Brightline might go. I mean, just a ton of things. And all of it seems to be, well, what do they want to do?
Yeah.
And we're sitting here without being able to make that kind of decision.
Right.
I would really like to have you put forth, I don't know what everybody else thinks, but I'd like to be able to, I think we should be in on that decision. And the decision would be whether or not to use the model that we're using right now, or does the county kind of take it over? Because I know a lot of airports, county takes it over and does it, and then they're working on their own timeline, they're working on their own plan,
right,
and they get things done.
Yep.
My feeling, I just feel like it has been just we're stalling like a plane,
Would you like my
and that's not good. That's not good.
Response.
That's not good.
Would you like my response?
Yes,
Vice Mayor?
please. Yes. Sorry, I know
It's
that's
definitely not good to stall.
definitely not
when
good to
you're-
stall.
Definitely not.
when you're flying.
Yeah.
No, you're entirely correct, Vice Mayor. Residual-based agreements have been long used in industry. They've always been a way for counties, cities, municipalities to take risk and move it over to something outside of their bank account, so that when it gets really bad, it's not coming out of the coffers, the general coffers of that particular governance structure. But it often has come at the price of you give up approval process in order to move forward on some of the capital projects. It happens a lot, even more so at airports that are run by legacy airlines. So Miami, for example, down the road, is a residual-based airport in that regard with a majority and inch provision. However, and this is where the discussions are, and the county administrator is aware of this, that while we are talking about what a new agreement may look like, that only, in my opinion, only gets done is if the approval for all the capital programs that we really need going forward are included, and they're signed off on already. So I don't have to wait for that approval. And if that can't happen, then there is another model. There's a couple other models, but the most predominant model is a rates by regulation, whereby there is no agreement that exists between yourself and the airline. There is no approval process. You can move forward. Both Tampa and Orlando currently operate under that construct right now. But you do then remove the airlines from being the financial backstop, in the airport or the county then takes on all the risk. And I think that's where we owe you what's the best option for us in the analysis of options that are available to us in order to get the things done we want to get done. Are we willing to go in that direction? And if so, what does it look like and what is the risk? And if we're not, what's the model that we choose to pursue in that respect? Our airlines, who have been good partners, I think, for us for a long time, are aware that that is an option that I am not willing to remove from the discussion table. I've said it over and over to them. Happy to have other conversations, but that is something that is definitely on the table, that if we can't get where we need to get to deliver the capital investment. Commissioner Dean stepped out about the slowing of growth, if you will. I look at that, and in my opening comments is, we've adopted a mentality here that we're not operating in a vacuum. There is tremendous amount of investment that's being made in our port. There's a tremendous amount of investment that's being made in the convention center. There's a tremendous amount of investments made in public transportation. All of that is going to require an airport that is not only well-run, but has the ability to handle the growth that we're throwing at it, for the largest conventions in the world to be able to come here, or the largest cruise ships and whatnot. They're going to expect an airport that has the ability to grow. So our growth, in many respects, in my opinion, has to be tied to what's going on around us within the county and within the region. And that's where I think we really start to say we can't allow others to control the destiny of our airport infrastructure. And that's kind of where I'm at with the negotiation process. Then we can't allow anybody outside to detract us from where we need to end up in.
I do think that this is the kind of decision that the county commission should be in on.
Yeah.
It's too big a decision to be
I can-
administratively done all by itself. And I know that's that's asking a lot for us, but I do think we should be in on this. I've seen what happened when, at the idea of just simply avoiding risk, we did the same thing in solid waste. When we said, when we did the RRB, we let Waste Management take all the risk. They ended up owning all of the waste energy plants. And now we're in a position where we're having to start from scratch because we didn't own anything. We avoided all the risk. We put ourselves in a hole. Right now, what I'm seeing is I feel like we have missed many opportunities in terms of being able to apply for some of the infrastructure loans, all those kind of things, FTA loans, because we're not being able to get things approved through the airlines in time to apply for those kind of things. We've missed the boat on a number of things. And there's pluses and minuses. I got it. But I do think this is a big decision. And it may go the other, it may work to our benefit to remain what it is. Yeah. But I think that decision needs to be in the hands of the county commission. And I don't know how my colleagues feel. But I do think it's something.
I thought Monica's shaking her head yes.
So we will go back and look at how the structure of that conversation is, and we will certainly be bringing back the analysis at the right time before any decision, before anything is really set to be decided. I will look and see how that is structured, but I think some conversations on one-on-ones will be probably best than to, because it's more of a strategic conversation.
I'm not trying to bring
no,
it all
just-
up here, but I do think that conversation needs to be had. And it sounds like it's pretty close around the bend to having to make, I mean, you got a year and a half, maybe, 2 years?
2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's good, that's a good amount of
Yep.
time. It gives everybody plenty of time to figure out the lay of the land.
Yeah.
But that's my
It's
thoughts.
probably best not to
Well-
have too much of that
Yeah.
in this setting right now.
Thank you.
You know what? A lot can happen in 2 years, as we've seen with what the presentation was today. And I personally, I mean, I would like to have, obviously, it be brought to us. I don't feel that I have the credentials to make a decision on that, you know, as a commission without having the expertise, particularly of our airport director. I would be very extremely uncomfortable with that. And I mean, I think it has to all be presented, and obviously you come each time that you come to talk to us about all the options that are out there and what is the best. And if there's a shift that causes you to go in one direction or another, you'll bring that to us, I think, as well. So I just want to, I feel some discomfort with that because it's not as if you're making this decision in a vacuum without talking to us. But, you know, we hire you, we have you here because of your expertise, in my opinion, so. And your personality, right? Okay, and your good looks, everything, right? Anyway, okay. I just had one last question about it, though. We keep talking about, and Michael, the Commissioner Udine brought it up about, you know, the parking and the traffic and stuff. And, you know, I ask for it all the time because that's what I hear all the time. I don't hear about what's going on inside the airport. All I hear right now about what's going on inside the airport are people texting me about how happy they are to hear what I have to say. And they're so glad I added the Panthers to the recording, Selena. And, you know, but it has to do with the infrastructure outside. And so I just don't know, you know, if there's any progress we can make or not, you know, and we ask all the, you know, each time we meet about this, but
Right.
just curious
So
about it again.
there's a roadway improvement project that is currently being evaluated and potentially might move forward in one of your near-term projects for award to change some of the roadway structure to try to help alleviate some of the traffic issues. When it comes to the parking, you know, we have 11,300 parking spaces at the airport, and there are times that we run out of parking and other times we're fine with parking. As we look forward, the intermodal center was anticipated to add 7,000 parking spaces to this, but, you know, we're several years off on that. We continue to also look at how we're handling, I can't get into the specific numbers, but we see a tremendous amount, an absolutely tremendous amount of transportation network company activity, Uber, Lyft, and whatnot, that's using the airport. So much so that they've, while the activity is good in some respects, it's overwhelmed certain portions of our roadway. So I've been working with my team. You might see some changes in how we handle and where we handle some of that traffic to make it, number one, better for the guest, but number two, to alleviate some of the roadway congestion that we're seeing out there. The total capacity of the parking, what exacerbated that a little bit on our side as well, is several of the companies around the airport closed and sold their land, including one of the biggest ones that had, you know, 1,500 spaces, sold their land as a result of the pandemic so that they could build warehousing on it. And we've seen that's adding more pressure because that available outside the airport inventory is no longer there, so they want to get into the airport. And that's where we're facing the pressure right now.
And I think it's also not even the parking, just the parking, but the pickup.
The roadways,
and, you know, when people are waiting their luggage and people are waiting and, you know, and the officers are telling people, move on. And then everybody has to come back around again 2 or 3 times or 4 times. And it makes it even worse, you know, so I don't know what the result is to that. But anyway, that's more what I hear than anything going on within the airport itself, you know, so.
The master plan calls for the Palm Garage to be knocked down and an entire second set of roadways to come in to increase not only curb frontage, but flow through the airport, take it from 3 lanes to 6 lanes, and to increase the parking at the same time. All of those things are, again, how fast we grew from the 2013-14 level with our success are catching up. And you've heard me say it for a long time that the runway opened up the opportunity for the airport, but the Achilles heel in my opinion, still is the lens side of our facility. So, and that's what we're working to. That's why they've become the priorities in the master plan rollout have been the intermodal center, the APM, and the roadway projects, so that we can get flow coming around.
Commissioner McKenzie had mentioned just getting us some updates on a kind of a regular basis, because it sounds like a number of things are going to be due or coming up in December 2024.
Yes.
Yes. So as they're coming up, if you could get, keep us in the loop.
Absolutely.
So we see what the progress is. I think that's important.
Again, fingers are crossed, we'll have those Fonzies, and then that'll trigger the ability for us to actually do, with your approval, solicitations for these projects.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Rogers, you had something quick?
Brief, Madam. In your presentation, I think I heard mention about parking and security. My question is security police, or it's a combination of at the airport and the seaport? What is it?
We have a combination of what we would refer to as security at the airport. One, there's actually 3 different pieces to it. Under BSO, we have armed law enforcement, sworn deputies. We have another segment that are referred to as airport safety officers, or ASOs. They are basically civilians, and they are on ASOs, airport safety officers. They are BSO employees, and they're the ones that are on the curb managing the traffic and issuing citations for folks that either leave their cars unattended or they're chasing them away. There's a third component of security, that's contract security that the county contracts for to do certain things relative to things like employee screening or vehicle screening to come onto the airfield. So there are at least 3 different layers in addition to our own security division that works at the airport doing work with the TSA.
Okay.
Okay.
Just wanted to know if it was armed law enforcement
Not all.
only.
No.
No. Okay, I think we have everybody. Thank you, as usual.
Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent
Thank you,
presentation, and we're
Commissioners,
so
Vice Mayor.
glad that
Appreciate
you
you.
are the CEO of our airport.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
You gotta carry
All right,
applause.
clap. Take that, Joe. Take that, Joe.
You better run.
Better run, right?